Well, hello to all our pool fans joining us today from all over the globe. Welcome to Day 7 of the Epbf Predator European Championship. We're bringing you these matches through today from Tallinn, Estonia, and the match being streamed live on this TV table is men's 8-ball losers qualification. And we have a great lineup for you from Finland's Petri Mäkinen, who is playing Aiden Pikniak from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Joining me in the commentary booth today, he's been with us since the beginning of this tournament, offering his insights, is our dear friend Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham.
Thanks, Gethin. Appreciate that. How are you doing? Day 7 here. It feels like we've been here for quite some time, but we still have some pool to go. Still some days left.
Absolutely, and we're not done with the 8-ball yet either.
8-ball will continue through to today, and the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals will all be played tomorrow afternoon. So all players will be chasing down, getting into the business end after today, and hopefully lifting that 8-ball title.
And Graham, we've already had a sneak peek of Petri Mäkinen on the TV table, and although he finds himself in the losers qualification round, he is a difficult cookie to contend with, and we saw him really getting to grips with the table, so I would expect him to come out of the blocks firing. However, this is the first match of the day and it is rather early, Graham.
Yeah, good call. We did see him yesterday on the teams. I commentated on that match against Konrad Yusushin. Unfortunately, Petri ran into a very on fire Konrad. He was breaking extremely well, just didn't really get any look from the break, and Konrad broke extremely well, but did seem to get quite a few runouts. So yes, you're right, he's had a bit of table time. Petri is a very dangerous player. He's won tournaments around the globe, very well respected player for sure. He's also won a Euro Tour as well, so no slouch in the business end of tournaments. You mentioned there he did lose. He lost to João Grillo from Portugal, so no, it was a good player to get beat by. No shock defeat. It was just a tough match, but he's battling his way through here, and he's hoping to get through this match into, well, single elimination. That's where he wants to be, business end.
Well, he's just looking around the table there. He's got a 10-8 lock up there. I think he's going for this now, Graham.
Yeah, you can just drop this in, and he's
Yep.
pretty straight on this one, but he can just probably choose to roll in front of the 1-ball, I think, here. Just play this a little bit topspin, and then you'll have a nice angle on the stripe closest to the pocket, and just run behind.
I thought that 10 was going to cause him a problem, Graham, but as you saw there from the good camera angle, it went into the middle bag. He's got a good chance here.
Yeah, one thing with Petri is he doesn't hang around. He's very good at taking out patterns as well, so incredibly dangerous player, and definitely one to watch in the 8-ball and 9-ball.
Yeah,
not sure what his sorry, I was just going to say I'm not sure what his preference game is, to be honest. We've seen him play. He was playing in the Netherlands, and he played. It was a 9-ball, and he won that tournament. So, in terms of ability-wise, I think rotation, he's very strong for sure.
And he takes that 8-ball. Lovely, Graham. And you're right. You will always put him in there and thereabouts for the later stages in tournaments. He's that strong a player. His opponent, 22-year-old Aiden Pikniak, is not someone who I've seen on the TV tables this week, but I've been hearing rumours that he's also a good player and will look to want to get through what we would now call sudden death, I believe, Graham.
Yes, correct. This is loser goes home. So losers qualification match. There is no second chances. And yeah, you're right on Aiden. He's definitely an up and coming player. did pretty okay in the youths. I was just looking at some of his statistics. He's had a few bronze medals, one in the 10 ball, one in the straight pool a few years back, 2019. And he's starting to get a little bit of momentum on his results. He's had a few quarterfinals in the last 16 in the Euro Tours, just in 2023. So he's definitely on the right track to start making some noise, I would say. Pretty okay break, gets a ball.
Yeah, and that's the key in 8-ball. And we've been watching how important the break has been playing. So good to see both players making balls off the break. Now, the difference would be who can break and run. So he's gone for stripes. Is there some trouble down here? I don't think so. I think that 15 will pass the 3-5.
Yeah, I'll try and get down for that now if I can. The one below the black. 15 there. He's actually landed perfect on the 9 as well. If he doesn't like the angle, I think he might take the 9 first and potentially just draw this back a little bit to try and get it a little bit straighter. Unless he can go forward and miss that 11 ball, I think it is.
I think he picked up on that. You do see the problems very well, Graham, and
yeah, it's probably just a misspent youth you're getting. Too many pool holes, too many games, too many problems.
Sometimes it feels like the players can hear you because they'll be looking at one angle and you'll say something and they'll come round to that way of thinking quite quickly.
It just goes to show a lot of us ex-pool players, I can call myself an ex-pool player, I don't play enough anymore, you generally get to see a little bit of spin on this one. Oh, nicely done. Hey, this guy can play. He's very confident, knows what he's doing. I think this could be a close match if he can keep the break to his advantage and get a break and run going. Petri's in for a match here, I get in.
These are really good early signs for both players, but that wasn't the easiest of clearances. He's kept that cue ball fantastic to win that frame, and well, we've got a thriller on our hands already. One apiece, Graham.
Yeah, and what I really liked there was not only his shot selection, but he seemed to have that cue ball very close proximity to his next ball, so that could tell me that he's settling into a TV table comfort level and then also feeling quite confident, and rightly so. He's obviously battled through the loser side somewhat to here, and I'm sure he's hoping for a chance off Petri's break. One thing I will say on Petri, he's not afraid to hit the break, Gethin. You see a lot of players, I say a lot, most players kind of go for a more controlled, very firm, hard hit, but Petri sometimes does like to just go full on, try to break the balls in half.
It certainly feels like that.
Yeah,
he's maybe on the side.
Yeah, but we were talking about this with Tim as well, and I think when he hits them so hard, it's a bit dangerous with the white ball, because control-wise, you can have a little bit of a wild cue ball sometimes, but the risk for reward is definitely worth it for me. I like the power break because you can get more lucky balls. You can get bumps in, you can get kicks in, you get a lot more opportunities, I think. Don't know what you think.
Well, speaking from experience, to not lose the cue ball on the 8-ball break is massive, and if the better you spread them, if you end up giving ball in hand back, the easier your opponent has a chance of clearing them up. So I guess it comes down to the level you play at. These guys, yeah, I actually agree with you. I think the more power, the better. These guys all have good cue control, even when they're walloping the ball. But I think the powerful break has been proving itself this week, and Petri has the power.
Yeah, there could be a walk-on song there somewhere, I'm sure, for Petri. If walk-on music was a thing in pool, maybe that might come in the future. But he's making light work of these balls. I wonder if he'll just drag this one in the side ever so softly. Not sure if he can hold. He might have to go. Yeah, he might just be able to hold it. Just dead weight, drop it in. Looks a bit iffy. He might have to take the one down the rail first, potentially, and then play the one in the side. Still okay that way, but it's just off angle. I was going to say it'd be ever so soft. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah. And he's muscled himself into a great position here.
Yeah. Very well done. Executed, like I said, he plays very quick. And when you break so hard, he does control the cue ball pretty well, but it's just one of those breaks where when you put so much into it, and with 8 ball you have that many balls, things can get kicked all over the place. But another break and run there, and very nicely done. Just what the doctor ordered.
We are off to the races, Graham. Wow. Blink and you'll miss him. And a great view of our star-studded Kalivi hall there, and our arena with 28 Predator Arc tables. And as you can see, our other TV table has kicked off too. We're bringing you 2 live streams through Pro Billiard TV. And if you're enjoying the stream and are up early with us, or it may be late where you are, please do like and subscribe, and share to all your friends in the pool community. We have got a lot of 8 ball coming at you this morning, and more the rest of the day. Now, Aiden looking to return the favour. Well, he dragged the cue ball and stopped it off of a cushion, and he's got a ball off the break, so good signs for both players here with their breaks.
Yeah, agree. The table's pretty open. I wonder if that 3 ball solid goes in the bottom right as well. It does go in the side too, so there's a few options here. I think probably stripes might be the ones, just because of where the proximity of the 8 ball is with a few of those stripes, and you can play this maybe 10 straight away. I'm even wondering if you can draw back a little bit and maybe try and get I can get the other one as well. So he's taking his kind of problem ball out the way straight away, I think. Yeah, wondering how he's going to play the 10. That'll be, maybe he's going to go below the 10, get in and play the 10 in the top left.
Yeah, and I was just thinking he needs to, that 12's blocking the path for the 9, so he may want to get the 12 out of the way sooner rather than later. Maybe he's just come a little bit further than he'd like to there, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, he was a bit thinner. I thought he might have taken the 10 first and then played this shot, the one before, but I still think he can probably drop this in still and be okay. Even if he overruns it a little bit, he has a backup stripe next to the cue ball there. Oh, he's gone for serious power. Not sure about that shot, man. Get in.
No, twice across the table, Graham. That's a tough one.
I didn't like that one at all. I thought he could have just dropped that one in, because even if he overran it, he still would have had that stripe next to the cue ball. I think the referee's just keeping an eye on this one. Petri asking for someone to have an extra eye. Yeah, missed opportunity there. I have to say the balls were pretty nice, all things considered. But a quick observation there, Gethin. What's quite nice is both players are using what appears to be wood shafts. It's quite common to see a lot of carbon shafts these days, and you do see the occasional wood shaft still hanging around, but it's interesting to have 2 players both using a wood shaft.
Yeah, it's a very good observation, Graham. And I think, reflecting back on the last few shots, you may be right. The opening shot by Aiden maybe wasn't the right choice of shot to start with, and it just looked like he was always chasing it a bit and gave himself a little bit too much to do. And this is the first opportunity we've seen in this match, and we've already had 3 frames, Graham. First opportunity that the opponents got out of their chair to have a chance at breaking one back, so this will be a great opportunity for Petri, and he's already in the thick of it.
Yeah, and this is the level though, Gethin. Comes down to one shot, one mistake, potentially an 8 ball due to the amount of break and runs that we tend to see. But this is a big rag indeed, like you say. if he can pinch this one and then get a break and run, he's going to open a bit of a lead, and that will be his objective. He's just trying to pick the puzzle out here because that 6 ball is blocked by the 5 and the 1, so he's going to try to open a pocket up here. Yeah, it looks like he might drop this 1 in and go up for the 3. Not sure he wants to hold for the 6. I don't even think it goes in the bottom left. So 3 ball next. I can drop and hold it maybe. Looks like he's gone a bit far there maybe.
Yeah, it looks like he played for that, but he's come off by a good half a ball.
Unless maybe he did try to hold for the 6. He definitely didn't play 3 in the side. No, he definitely played for the 6 ball there. Test of this though. This is a bit of an acute angle, but natural position. If he drops it in, actually it might even be too thin, Gethin. I'll have to come back. Not sure.
It does look thin.
He missed it.
Oh,
what a shot.
Well, that's a touch and a half. That's incredible. And to get shape on this 6, because it's tough that side of the 11 ball there.
Yeah, just bump the 11 out of the way and leave a long 8, I think. Oh, he's missed a 6. That's incredible. Wow. I can't believe what I've just seen. That looked to be straight. Do you know what I think he's done there, Gethin? I thought that 6 was tight anyway, but I'm wondering if he just tried to get a little bit more out of it just to move that 11 ball out of the way. Wow.
Well, it's not often you see Petri missing from there, but
he's got a chance.
Aiden will be tickled pink.
Yeah, I was just about to say, sorry, Gethin, he had a great chance there to go after the 11 right off the mark. And he's landed a little bit awkward, so this could be either take a long shot, or you'll put a bit of a stroke on it. I think he might take a long shot. Wow, he's put a stroke on it, fair enough. He'll be very relieved with this.
He has, and he's got a lovely delicate angle on this to just float over for the 9 up in our bottom right pocket as we're looking at the table. Yeah, and a nice angle there, so just roll this down or stun it down. Everybody has preferences, but you just punch this down the rail a little bit. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, Gethin, what is going on? You'd be absolutely fuming. Wow. I'd already sorted out a little speech there about missed opportunities of breaking against Aiden's break, but is there still a little bit of a drama left in this? He's looking down the line of the 9. I think he can see a good enough chunk of this.
Yeah, he might have to put a stroke on it. Nicely done. Wow, I think that's a very huge moment in this match, because you won't see Petri miss balls like that very often.
Well, no. Did you think it encouraged a bit of complacency with Aiden? Because that didn't look like he was going to miss that 9 ball down the cushion.
Yeah, I think maybe there's just one thing. I think he was just over the 8 ball in his mind, and he thought it's pretty straight, because he did hit the 9 ball pretty straight. I'm just wondering if he should have opted to use the rail a little bit, because the rail, you can play those shots a little bit further up the rail, as you know, Gethin, so he didn't have to overcut it, but just give it every more chance to go in, if you know what I mean. Play a little bit further to the left of the pocket. Anyway, it's done now.
I will say, Graham, if Petri has any desires to progress to the end of this tournament, he's going to need to eliminate little mistakes like that, because they're the things that can really turn the momentum and matches. And as you pointed out quite rightly earlier, it's alternate break, so when you take a little bit of a lead, there's a lot of pressure on your opponent, and to add to that pressure, on the TV table they're under a shot clock. They're both allowed 1 extension per player per rack, so there's a couple of added complexities here for the players to consider. However, looking at the way these guys are playing, Graham, I don't think the shot clock is going to bother them too much.
Oh, not at all. And just at a very quick glance, I mean, this break is tremendous. he could really take either ball. Judging where the black ball is, I think stripes could be a little bit more favourable, because you do have 2 stripes pretty close to the 8 ball. However, the 9 ball needs a little bit of attention as well, but he does have a stripe to the left of the 9 ball which could help him pot that one. So there's a few good things from this break. Yeah, I think you might just go the stripes, try and get rid of this 2 problems straight away if you can.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I believe it's the 15, the brown stripe on the left there, is a great ball for our players at home. You can just freeze the cue ball off that and take the 9 into the other corner. And the reason why Graham's pointed that out is because that 6 ball is not favourable for the 9. So let's see how he can come off the angle from this shot.
Just drag it in, I think. Hold it nicely.
Yeah. Great camera angle there. You could see the literal drag of the cue ball as the cue ball stops spinning backwards and starts to pick up rolling forwards.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods yet, if I can say it that way, in terms of perfection, because the balls, yes, they're all potable, but there is a little bit of a puzzle here. I thought he might have played, yeah, that's why he's given his head a little bit of a, which way do I go? I thought he might have taken the 13 just next to that red 3 ball there on his second shot, because that's a little bit of a problem just in terms of position as well.
Yeah, I agree, and I didn't know if he was actually playing for that, but screwed back a little bit too far, so decided to go for the 15 instead. But you're right, the 13, the orange stripe down by that red 3, is very tricky.
Also, just where the 10 and the 12 is in the 8 ball, it might look straightforward, but the 8 ball really only goes in the top left. So I say top left, it obviously goes in the bottom as well, but just, has he gone too far here? He might have done. I think he started to create a little bit of an issue for himself. Yeah, I don't think he can. So this is the shot now. He's going to have to play this 12, and he's going to have to make sure he gets on this 13. So maybe you might even see him go a little bit further than needed, just to make sure he's on it. Oh, a little bump on the black, that might take some pace out of the cue ball. I don't think he's there. Oh, he is. Body language tells me he is.
Good spot, Graham. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's already looking at his next shot.
Yeah, and that little bump on the 8 ball helps the cause somewhat, because you can now just stun this over, I think, just below the 3 towards the left hand long rail. Little bounce.
That's a nice little bounce.
Yeah, he'd probably try and draw this back, I think. Play the 8 ball in the same pocket would be more logical. He could try and play forward and whatever he feels comfortable, but I think the draw shot's probably the most logical one.
He's made that look easy.
Yeah, weathered the storm very well there, and all of a sudden, like, we go back to that missed 9 ball opportunity by Aiden. Yeah, he's now 4-1 down due to that, when it really should have been a lot closer, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree, and a missed opportunity by Aiden there, and he's going to find himself up against it now. This is where you really need to have your break dialed in, and he'll be looking to break and run this one and bring the deficit back to 2, and then he's, I'm afraid, as Tim de Ruyter, our dear colleague, pointed out a few days back, once you get to a 3-4 frame lead, you start really asking questions of your opponent's break, and they will then start to need you to make mistakes as well. So this is a good start if that cue ball doesn't misbehave.
Oof, very close indeed. And he's got a tricky opener. Not even see where he has one. Does he have a 6-9 combo? Don't think so. Hard to tell from here. No, doesn't look on. He has a thin cut back on the stripe closest to the cue ball, which is also a little bit touchy.
Yeah, it's a thin cut, and it looks like where the cue ball is, he's going to have a difficult bridge to get onto the cue ball. This is a tough shot, Graham.
Yeah, I think just from this angle, it is a bit tricky, but it's not too bad, to be honest. It looked maybe more crazy on the camera than it did on the table. Oh, he's had a bit of a result there as well if he's managed to get on that 11, so...
Yeah, I think he's found the gap between...
Yeah, he's one shot away, I think, from making this run out. Wonder if he'll play the orange. Yeah, maybe he's playing the 10 in this side. He's playing the... Yeah, he's played that pretty well. The 10 ball does go past in the top right hand corner, so at the bottom of the table there, Gethin, you do have the 12 close to the 9, so he's got some connecting balls here. So one good shot here, and this is the rack.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. He's playing in this bottom left corner.
Plays it well. Get rid of this 10 ball next. And now he's got to connect the dots, so he's landed very nice there on that 10 ball. He's just probably not sure if a stun shot is exactly the right one. Maybe might need to draw it ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think he's seen the gap between the 6 and the 8. But this is all about where he leaves the cue ball.
Yeah, and with the 8 ball being so close to the 9, can't really say anything going wrong here unless he makes a bit of a mistake in position. He can just draw this back, play the 8 ball in the same pocket.
He's picking these off nicely. He seems to be in stroke.
Yeah, and that's why I'm surprised on that 9 ball that he missed just a few racks ago. Considering how comfortable he looked, it was a elementary shot, and maybe it was just one of those, a bit like what we said about Petri, take your eye off it somewhat, thinking about position or something else.
Yeah, it's very, very easily done, Graham.
Yeah, but all you can do on your break is hold your break as much as possible and hope that your opponent will give you an opportunity. He's hoping that Petri loses that cue ball, maybe a scratch or a dry break, but I think a dry break is way more lower percentage judging by how hard he hits the balls. If anything, it would probably be more of a unfortunate scratch in my opinion, but let's see how this break goes, Gethin.
Absolutely, I doubt he'll take anything out of it.
Stick with what's working. He took a little bit off that, if I'm honest. It looked a little bit less, but that's what he's up against.
The cue ball took a little ding back against the cushion as well, which just makes things a little bit trickier. And we have a little cluster up by Petri's left hand there, as you can see with his nice bright glove on.
Yeah, he's got a similar situation in terms of opening shot, not ideal. He does have one to the side on the solids. That 3 ball, if that goes past the bottom stripe, I think it's the 15. If it goes 11, sorry, goes past in the bottom corner. Yeah, he's got a tough opener here. He might be forced into trying to take spots, solids, and doing something with it.
Yeah, that 13 doesn't look too appetizing. Maybe he's...
Well, he's maybe going stripes because... Yeah, sorry, Gethin, I was just saying maybe he might have to go stripes just because of that opener. Play that one down the rail and try to somehow create an option to get up for that 10 ball later. Yeah, he is forced into it. Yeah, see how he potted that 13 ball into the rail? I thought that's what Aiden would have done with the 9 ball, just like that. He has lost the ball.
He has, and he's pushed the 8 ball close against the cushion. He was very lucky not to scratch there, Graham. I think if he'd have hit that any harder, That was forever and a day in the corner pocket. Ooh.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, that's a good recovery pot. And just watching Petri drop his chalk there, I didn't know if we were going to have a flashback to earlier in the week when we had chalk gate. On an important and crucial shot, the player accidentally dropped the chalk on the ball and gave up a foul. And it turned out to be a very pivotal point of the match, sadly. So Petri lucky to push his chalk off the right side of the table.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be careful with those things. But just a quick one on this, Gethin. I think when you're saying about pushing that 8 ball closer to the right side of the table, I think that's actually worked in his favour massively because of where the 10 ball is. He doesn't have to do a great deal if he can get on this 10. And he's deliberately left this kind of angle. He's going to try and come 2 rails, probably 3 rails. Under the 3, under the 1, and to the right of his elbow, try and get to that right long rail. How's your pace? Looks a little bit short, maybe. First glance.
It does. Maybe he was a bit concerned about scratching or rolling in behind the 4-7. This is the thinnest of cuts.
And this is get your pen ready for a highlight reel, because this could be a left-handed shot and a thin snick. Oh, he's taking the rest again. Yeah, he's definitely going to go for this. There's no real safety option anyway, so all out attack. It's not got the legs. It was there. Ooh, was it not there? It was maybe close. Overcut it ever so slightly.
That was an absolute... Well, I don't know. I'm surprised he took it on. Obviously he fancied it. I thought it was going in when he hit it, but this... What would he have done? He would have banked the 8 ball, I guess. That would have been the shot.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice really, Gethin, did he? There's no safety shot on, I don't think. So that's the thing with 8 ball, when you have kind of 1 ball left, unless you've got an absolutely obvious safety shot, you kind of have to go for something. And he hasn't really left it in a very good spot, really. Yeah.
I think he just called his extension as well, so he really is in a sticky predicament.
Yeah, I think that 4 ball at the top of the table does go in the top right corner. Looks tight, but I think it does. So he's got a little bit of work to do on this green 6 ball. Half wondering if he might try something here. Maybe he can try and put that 10 ball. It's a bit aggressive, but no, he's got a plan. Obviously, he's going to play it from the 5, I think. Or he's going to try and play a skill shot where maybe you put the 6 and the 10 ball at the same time. That could be a shot.
And maybe he's looking to use the 5 as cover on the 8 in case it goes wrong.
Yeah, he's going to do it now. Or he might play the safety and just put the 10 and hook him, but yeah, good call, Gethin. I think he's left an edge though. Maybe a cross bank here. I mean, it's a crazy shot, but might have a cross bank in the side. Even if he can get a thin edge.
Yeah, great call, Graham. I think Mystic Meg is back in the box with us. Let's see if Petri delivers. It's a tough shot.
Yeah, I think he can hit it full in the face. I think it's a bit of a mistake there. I thought he could just get an edge, but I think he's pretty full. Oh my god. Bit of a careless one there by Aidan, I have to say. I think he should have definitely made sure of the hook. I think in the back of his mind he thought the 6 ball might drop, that's why he kind of went more for the 6 dropping rather than the safe, but bit of a careless one there, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he should have just focused on making sure Petri's 10 ball was potted and he had no shot on the 8. And a couple of decisions, I think you'd agree, Graham, that he's not necessarily made correctly. And that could be the difference between being a 1-frame deficit and it being a 3-frame deficit, so he needs to start making moves. I don't think you can knock his break, though, to be fair, Graham. That was a cracker.
Yeah, they're both breaking pretty well, and I think that's what I'd like to see, a little bit of back and forwards. There's a few little problems here. You might have to just go straight for stripes anyway, just because of the 2-ball in the top left corner. It's a bit of a no-brainer. Sometimes you just very obviously go for... Yeah, it needs a little bit of just getting rid of a couple of balls here. Might even play for this one below that. He's going around. I think he's leaving those 2 balls at the end for his finishing route. Yeah, he's quite good here. You can drop this 13 in the top left corner, get rid of the 12, 9 and 10. Or you can go the other way, but I thought he might take the other side first. He's going to bump into a ball here. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
No.
It's worked out okay, but it wasn't necessary. He had an opportunity to go the other side and avoid all of that. Anything could have happened there, you know, just it's risky and it's not needed.
Yeah, and that's something we've been seeing over the last few days, especially in 8-ball, with there being more traffic. You start moving balls and jeopardy is encouraged, so I think getting position off of the stripe by the 2. Yeah, he's going to have to be very delicate here. I was able to use the 3 as a stopper.
Yeah, and it's worked out nice. I mean, he wants to be kind of straight on this one. This looks pretty good. I'm not saying he's been fortunate there, but he created a little bit more stress level, I guess, than was potentially needed. That's one way to put it. Bit of deja vu on this.
He really pulled it back together, though, in the latter stages of this. And Aiden cannot be asking for more than this right now. But again, as you pointed to, Graham, he's going to be looking for... Oh, and the commentator's curse. I think he's left it safe. Oh no!
It doesn't matter if it's safe or not. He's still going to be in the world.
Yeah.
If this 2-ball is potable, and Petri will just play this 2 and maybe take the 3 in the side. I just think that was a incredible miss. He's had two huge misses in this match, which could have been, well, which will be very critical in the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that will be the difference between these 2 players.
But it's also extra pressure because it's, you know, it's losers qualification. It's on the TV table. It's against Petri, and I'm sure all those things combined. Sorry, just had a little bit of extra pressure.
And it's very rare to see these players make unforced errors. And when they do happen, you get to see the opponent jump on it like this. Petri takes a demanding 4-frame lead, 6-2 on our race to 8 on the TV table, men's losers qualification. And this is a place in the last 64. I'm just trying to check.
This is into the business end. Single elimination is from the last 64. That will continue right after this one. Sorry, after the next match. We have the conclusion of the losers qualification matches following this match, and then we're straight into the last 64 from around 12:30, and that will be again win or go home. Not go home, go back to the hotel, go to the restaurant, or go away somewhere else until your next matches. But Petri's break here, looking for a break and run to get him on the hill. That will be his aim, and I expect a very firm hit here indeed.
Yeah, he's been getting that cue ball in a similar position every time, but the 15 has come over to try and threaten that, but I think it's bumped it far enough. And he's got stripes and solids available to him here.
Yeah, that 6-ball just is a little bit interesting because solids would have been possibly better. But because that stripe ball over the top left corner pocket just makes it a little bit more of a thinking moment. What's his best plan of action here? Yeah, he might have to take the stripes. Just go for the stripes anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. And from that overhead view, my favourite view, looks like the 14 passes the 4. The green stripe passes the pink 4 into the corner pocket, which maybe he's playing for now, Graham. Ooh.
Yeah, he was playing for that because the position from the 12, I think, down table was a bit more favourable. He's going to have to use a spider, a bridge on its side to go over the top of the 7-ball. Yeah, this is... Referee will be probably looking anyway. Yeah, he's giving the referee a shout himself. You might want to watch this, he said. It's that close. I'm sure if he did hit the ball, he would own up anyway, but the referee's there watching closely.
Yeah, referee's doing a great job overseeing our matches, and that looked a good legal hit. Referee was happy with that.
Yeah, but this was always going to be the shot. Whichever way he ran these balls out, he's got to find the right spot here. He can play for the 11, but it's a very fine margin in terms of putting the 11 in the bottom left.
Would that mean leaving the cue ball centre table somewhat?
Possibly, yeah. Going all the way down for the 9's not really ideal, so I think 11 is his target. Somewhere in there. Yeah, well, he is going for the 9, so I will go home, because what do I know? Goodness me, what a shot. That was just always the angle he was going to come down on the 9 just meant he was running away. Yeah, he's a bit thinner than that. See what I mean? It was always going to be harder to hold. He's going to go into the 2-ball. Oh, he's playing the bank. He's playing the bank and screw into the 8-ball here.
I guess 6-2 up. He's feeling confident. And it is his best opportunity to hold for the 11. Oh, great call, Graham.
It's not far away. Oh, what a great shot that would have been.
Yeah, that would have definitely have made our highlight reel. And, well, whether he likes it or not, Petri's given the table back to Aiden, and Aiden needs to make his move now, you feel.
Well, he has to take these out, that's for sure. The 1-ball needs a little bit of attention just because of it only goes probably in the bottom left is where he'd be looking. He could try to get rid of that after this next shot. If he just rolls this 3, take the 6, sorry, and then maybe the 7 down to the 1 could be a good option. He can drop this one in, leave an angle on the 7, roll down for the 1. He's overhit that. Not sure which way he's going here. He could have took the 1 in the bottom left and then played the 2, 5 and 8 in the side, stop shot kind of form.
Yeah, I agree. And even if he did fall slightly out on the 1, he had the 7 as backup, so...
Yeah, I feel like his pattern maybe there wasn't as smooth. He's going to have to make the cue ball travel a little bit now. He's played that well though, it's a good shot. He's gone the other way, but he has to travel the cue ball somewhat. Probably screwed himself one real back up.
He certainly does seem to have the shots in the arsenal, and I think if you can couple that with better shot selection, as you've been pointing out, I think signs are very good for this young Aiden Picniak.
Yeah, he can definitely can play it. I think sometimes when you have that cue ball running a little bit looser, he's got the same result of playing that stop shot on the 5 with the 8 in the side, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
But he did have to send the cue ball a little bit more on a journey. But I don't think he's missing this 8-ball. Well, I hope not, because otherwise he might shake the hand of Petri. He misses this one. Obviously, I'm joking. But yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think that Aiden still has too much of a hill to climb going on Petri's caliber and run so far, or can we hope in the commentating booth and for the spectacle of the game that there are still some fireworks left? Because for me, Petri's looking rather consistent today.
Yeah, I think it'll all depend on, well, definitely this break, but it'll also depend on whether Petri does give him the chance, because Aiden's kind of hoping for things to happen like what just happened in that rack, maybe a tricky run out, Petri unable to capitalise and get through it, and then for him to pick up the pieces. But yeah, like we've seen, Petri's break's been so good, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't get more shots on his own break. But first things first, as we say, he has to break and run. He had to put the pressure on. He's been breaking pretty okay, so if he can repeat his last few breaks, he'd definitely have a chance. Yeah, very good. I like that a lot. Excellent.
I do too. Cue ball just seemed to stop in an ideal position, and I'd made one off the break, and he's got options.
Yeah, he does. I think that was pretty much a textbook break. I mean, you can't get any better other than that maybe one ball and that stripe close together just below the black. I'm not sure if they both puttable or not. I don't think so. If not, he's going to have to try and tackle something.
Yeah, does that one sneak past the 10 and the 15? I don't think it does. It looks rather close down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the camera angle on the left side, we could get a look in a short moment when he gets there. Not sure if we can see that, but we will find out in a moment, because he will have to disturb it, and he wants to do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
He might go for it now. He's tried. So that tells us that it doesn't go. Now it's all kind of problems.
Yeah, that was a great spot though, Graham. And I think you were bang on the money with him needing to go into it sooner rather than later. And I did like going into it now, because I thought that the 3 would be a good backup ball, but it just is a little... Oh. Yeah, he's talking to himself, Graham.
Yeah, he just rushed it. He played it really quick and not really much thought, I think. I mean, he could only really go for the 6, but it was, let's go down and pot it and see what happens. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, he had awkward queuing for the 3, and I think once he realised that the 3 wasn't on, he did seem to just demonstrate a bit of impatience. I'm sure the scoreline wouldn't be helping that, but I think it was a really...
He'll be looking, he has a half chance here, I think, but I'm not sure if he wants to play into that little 1 ball 15 problem right now. That 10 ball is still a problem, but he might even get both of them out here if he plays half ball off the stripe into the black and open all 3 balls in one shot here. That's what he's thinking. Oh, he's missed it. That's exactly what he played though.
Yeah, he did miss it, and I'm not too sure if he missed it because he clipped the 3 on the way in, or if the 3 has gone that way, so it looks like he's hit the cushion and it's come back onto the 3. Yeah, I think he played the right shot there, and I think he would have come out of it pretty good.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well if that went in. I think he missed it because he was focusing so much on trying to get the right connection on that 15 ball. It's that's why he was holding his head down. He got exactly what he wanted out of it, but he just missed a relatively straightforward ball in the side. I think the 3 ball next to it was a little bit distracting, but he still should have been okay. And now he's done the hard work for Aiden here. So the 8 ball, it does go in the bottom right, so it's all about puzzle here, and yeah, he's going to have to play a couple of shots. I wonder if he'll just drag this in and leave a little bit of an angle on the 1, because it does go in both pockets, I think. Or does he have to come across, I think? Sorry, not sure if it goes in the bottom left from here. It does go in the bottom left then. Yeah, it must go in the bottom left, so this shot is now imperative, because I don't think the black will go in the bottom left for sure.
And when you say imperative, you're talking about the right angle off the 1 ball for the 8.
Yeah, because the 8's going to have to go in the bottom right, so it's going to have to be a little bit high, which is good because the angle on the 2 will help him. Yeah, this looks pretty good. He might be able to just... Oh, it doesn't go. Actually, wow, interesting. So he's going to have to play into the black here, Gethin. He's going to play off the bottom rail. And because the stripe in the top left pocket, I'm not sure what he's going to do here.
I do love the overhead view. I'll keep saying it. It really does show you exactly what's going on.
I know what he's playing. He's playing a half ball black off the bottom rail to leave it in the bottom left. Oh, he's not. Oh. He's going to play something completely different, and maybe that might work. Goodness.
He's not giving away much. He's called it.
Petri's looking there thinking, yeah, he's head in the sky. He's thinking he got lucky there. That's not exactly what he played, but he'll take it.
Wow.
Wow. Petri not happy at all. He missed the opportunity there.
He may have thought that black ball was maybe going to come to his rescue, but that was a lovely deft touch by Aidan. And I think he was listening to you. Maybe that is even what he was trying, but he still came out smelling of roses, should we say. Now, this is where it will come down to Petri holding his serve, to coin a phrase, and taking this match to a close. He'll be looking to get to the hill here on our race to 8.
Yeah, this break's huge now, to your point. Could Aidan get back into the match? And this break is really critical now, because if he doesn't want to give Aidan a chance to get to the table and then have another break to tie it at 6-6, so big break is coming up.
Excuse me, sorry for that. God, he's hit it hard again.
He's parked a few balls there. Cue ball seems to always be on this left side, quite funny enough. But yes, big hit, lots of balls, open table. Tricky start out again, have to say. Maybe you can get the 12, but then stripes are a little bit more complicated. Yeah, I think you can get the 12. But then there's a puzzle again.
God, that is tight. He just had a look down there, Graham, is he? Just thinking that things aren't rolling his way as he would be expecting them to.
Yeah, I just think when you're hitting the break so hard, you can have all kinds of clusters. If you compare it to Aidan's break, it was a little bit more, less power. They seem to split a little bit better. If you imagine balls when you're breaking, they explode to the rails and then they potentially come back. I think that's why you have possible clusters in the middle. It's all about, you do need a bit of luck off the break anyway. There's no guarantee, because you just don't know where the balls are going to go. Get in. That's other than the 2 balls below the break ball, where you're pretty much sure they're going towards the middle pockets. That's all you really know.
Yeah, and then you're leaving it to physics. But I'm just wondering which way he's going to go here. Do you think he's going to keep it down this end of the table, or is he going to... Yeah, he's just looking at which angles he can get off.
Yeah, I think the good thing is with the stripes at the top of the table, they do go in the bottom left corner pocket, so I'm wondering if the 10 also does go in the top left corner, potentially. So he's probably going to come, he might come all the way up the table here for the stripe that's way up on the short rail.
It's a big shot, but this is exactly what he was lining up.
Yeah, maybe 3 rails. Punch this around. Looks a bit short. He's quit on that a little bit, I think. Got into it too much. He's hoping the 10 ball goes.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's hit 2 shots like that now, which maybe he's under hit. The one leading up to the difficult cut shot with the rest.
Yeah, maybe from the overview of the top table we could see how that looks. I wonder if
it looks close, I can tell you that much.
Oh, you can just cut the... Oh wow, you're going to get a nice shot here. A thin one, and come in between and maybe open both these balls up. Oh, he's missed it. fuming. Be so angry. See, I think this is the thing. He's had a couple of breaks where they've just been a little bit tricky, and it has actually created an opportunity for Aiden, incredibly enough. So, what was a wide open?
It's as if Petri sometimes just thinks a bit too much about the cue ball and the contact he's making on others, and just takes his eye off the pot. But these are 4 1/4 pockets, Graham, in the corner. They're tight. They're not going to swallow anything that isn't hit properly.
Yeah, it's all fine margins. And I think he's going to play the 1 ball down this long rail all the way into the bottom right corner. Wow, what do I know?
Yeah.
He's going his own pattern, so clearly, yeah, he maybe likes to travel the cue ball for comfort level. I honestly thought he would have just played the 1 in the corner, but it still works. He's still got a nice 1 rail, bit of left-hand side spin, push that over, the cue ball over to the right side of the table. Don't like that either. Didn't get much spin on that, I think. So he's going to have to come back for the side and try to avoid this 10. Is he going to thread the needle, Gethin, between the 8 and the 10 ball?
Well, we know he's got these shots in his arsenal, Graham. How do you like that, Mr. Hickman?
Well, he's definitely got his own way of taking the balls out. That's absolutely fine, so long as you get that black ball in. He doesn't care, and it works for us as well. So 6-5. Now he's got back to what you said. Yeah, he's got a chance now. So some things, like I said before, have happened. He needed some chances from Petri, which he's gave him. He's taken them, and now all of a sudden he has a break to get 6-6, which is, to be honest, not what I expected. I'll be honest, I thought Petri had enough in the tank, in the scoreline, to push on, but he hasn't taken his chances, so fair play to Aiden here.
I agree, Graham. I agree with you completely, and Petri got off to such a flyer. Maybe he's been his own worst enemy in the rare unforced errors he's made so far. However, Aiden, who's made a couple of his own, finds himself staring at the battle to go 6-6. He's currently trailing by 1 frame, 6-5 to break.
Oh dear. The one break that he really needed to get bang on, and it just hasn't went his way. And at first glance, solids look pretty good. They all look pretty more straightforward in terms of potting.
They do indeed, and for any of those at home unfamiliar with the rules at this point, when you scratch off the break, the cue ball must remain in the kitchen. It's not ball in hand anywhere else on the table, only in the kitchen, and you must play forward from the kitchen line. So all of them strikes next to Petri. He's not allowed to pot any of them. Not yet. And he's going solids. Good choice. Good choice with that 11. Well, it looks like the red stripe and the orange stripe are locked together, so he took the long solid and he is in, Graham, and this is exactly what Petri would have wanted after the last rack. Left-handed. Yeah. Something which I first saw in snooker, with a couple of snooker players playing both right and left-handed, and Petri making it look easy there and getting good shape on the 4-2. And a little bump on the 9. I'm not too sure if he was hoping to run through a little bit more there, but he's got the 7. He's got the 6, so let's see which way he chooses to go.
nicely done. He would have liked to have been a bit straighter on this, but I think he's pretty good on the 3. He can just, I think he's alright. He can just stop it dead maybe, and then have a little roll through for the 8 in the side if he chooses. That's why he's went forward, just to be sure. So he's going to drop this in. I think, I'm not sure if he'll draw this. I don't think so. Just a little bit of table maintenance. Someone give him a brush. Nicely done. Aidan will be a little bit heartbroken there because he's done a lot of hard work punishing Petri to get back in the game here. And I'm wondering if that just could be a big moment here.
I agree with you, Graham. That was a big mistake by Aidan to scratch off the break there, and that puts Petri on the hill, and with the cue ball in his hand to break Graham. And I think you were right. At the beginning, we really did feel that Petri was going to sort of steal it with the march, but I've been very impressed with Aidan, and also his breaks. His breaks are, are holding him in good stead, and are probably a good testament to where he is in this match right now. But Petri will be looking to show him who's boss. Breaking on the hill. Aidan trailing by 2 racks. It's 7-5.
I think he's potted balls every time. Incredible. Attacking all pockets.
I'm trying to remember if he's had a dry break. I don't think he has, Graham. Good spot. He's not really giving away much with regards to which way he's going to go right now. He's had a good look a few times from both ends of the table. It looks like he's settling on stripes. And he was up this end of the table where he took that shot from, studying the 9 and the 15. So he clearly has a thought, and I'm wondering if he's going to try and go into them now, or rather get down there now off the 10, because he does have a nice angle for it. But as we've seen from both players, they have their own way, and the wonderful world of 8-ball means they have options, and it's great for commentating. It keeps us guessing. But he took the 10, and he is left with not the trickiest of combinations, but he does have to be careful with this that he doesn't bring the 8-ball into play, and he may not even choose to keep it down there.
I thought he might just play a bit away from that, but this next shot is the key one. He's going to have to get all the way back down this table to get nice on that 11 for the 13s. This is not straightforward, Gethin. You might even want to... I'm trying to see how he's going to get back up for the 8-ball, unless that 13 goes in the bottom left, but I don't think it does.
I think the overhead just alluded that it wouldn't, so he's going to have to come down a bit further and take the 11, like you were pointing out.
Come on, Petri, take a step to the side so we can see from that. And there we go. Well, it does. Maybe it does go. Maybe it does. Very tight. Half a pocket, maybe. Because now, if it doesn't go, he has to take this 11. It makes the 13 to 8 ball extremely difficult.
Yeah, that 5 is looking to cause some mischief. Oh, he's played that really well with
Needs
top
another one
right
more.
hand side.
To get back on this 8 ball, you might have to take a thin 8 ball. If you can get it to, if you imagine the centre of the table, right in the centre, that might be an option to just nick this black ball in. Otherwise, he's going to have to play an extremely powerful shot into the side with lots of pace and go from the bottom of the table all the way back up. This could be a highlight reel for you, Gethin, to win the match.
Oh,
Oh, what a shot he's played here. Look at this shot. Goodness me. That's a worthy winning shot right there if I've ever seen one.
completely agree with you, Graham. What a shot. And Petri Mäkinen shakes hands with Aidan Pikniak, besting him 8-5 in the losers qualification. And we still have more losers qualification matches to come to you after this match. If you will please hang around and make yourselves a cup of coffee. I would like to say thank you to Graham Hickman for joining me in the commentating booth today. And please keep the windows open, like, share, subscribe, and we'll be returning with you shortly for our next losers qualification. Thank you ever so much, Graham.
Thanks all. Bye-bye.
on shot clock all the time. So do you know the rules?
More or less the same.
Same every time. 1 minute on the breakout shot. The other shots are 35 seconds. You have one extension per minute, 25 seconds. Say it out loud, so I will repeat it. If I didn't repeat it, it's invalid. Okay? And please, if we start, then put the bags away from the extension. I would say.
and a good morning from Tallinn, Estonia, and welcome back to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 7, and we are currently about to start the loser qualification match in the 8-ball division between Dennis Grabe, the local, versus Mikael Ugaard from Norway. In the commentary booth, Gethin Davies and myself, Tim de Ruyter, trying to explain all the shots for you. Good morning, Gethin.
Good morning, Tim, and thank you. Yes, it looks like Mikael has just won the lag, but I just wanted to point out that both Dennis and Mikael have come to the losers bracket losing on the hill. So they've both had tough matches, and let's see how Mikael breaks. But the point being made, they've all had a lot of breaks in this alternate format, so let's see how they've settled in.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And another thing I find very interesting, and I've seen this on both tables now, is that most of the breaks, like I see a lot of people struggle kind of with the break, even though there's not a break box involved. And the two balls tracking towards the side are actually tracking way too high. And they don't really seem to find the right thing yet. I think it's interesting. Usually the break is pretty easy. I see most of the time people make balls.
Yeah, I agree, Tim, and I think earlier on in the early stages of the 8-ball, they certainly were finding better cue ball and more balls on the break. I'm just wondering, as you alluded to, day 7 now, are the tables changing a little bit? Are they tightening up somewhat? What can happen over that period of time?
Well, usually it does, but I gotta say I feel like the tables are playing quite fresh, so I'm not sure if they are cleaning them maybe at the end of the day, or yeah, like I said, I'm not there, so it's not like I can check it out, but the tables, the pockets still seem to have a decent amount of slide, so they're still playing not sticky by any means. Yeah.
Well, we were just greeted with a beautiful match on this TV table just now, the first match of the day. And one thing I will say is that both players were finding a ball on the break, and then it was all down to position of the cue ball. So Dennis finds himself at the table after the dry break from Michiel, and he's really making short work of these, as he normally does, the home favourite here in Tallinn.
Yeah, hasn't had the best results, I feel, this week. Did finish, I believe, 3rd in the straight pool division, but in the 10-ball, I don't think he came close to a medal. And I mean, with how well he's playing, I think I would favor him to have deep runs in any game.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. And I got to commentate on one of Dennis's matches in the team event, and Estonia were playing Team Serbia, and he was a little bit out of sorts. So I'm just wondering, playing so many disciplines, if he's got a little bit of fatigue, or I do know that he's probably going home to a comfortable bed each night rather than a hotel room. But yeah, it'll be just interesting. He's had a lot of TV table time, though, I will give him that.
Yeah, besides being the local favorite, he's also finished really high lately in top events. He won the Maldives Open. He finished 3rd in the World 10-ball Championship last year. Then now this year he won the Las Vegas Open. So I'm saying there's multiple reasons to have him on the stream table. This time he didn't make the balls go in the center, but 2 balls finding a way in the corner. And what do you see here, Gath?
Well, he's got a spread, and he's... Yeah, well, that stripe in the corner may help. The orange stripe up in the top left corner may help him make his decision. But there is a little difficult cluster of stripes down here on the bottom left as well, Tim. He's got a couple of things to contend with here. The first one being the choice of which way to go.
Well, I understand why he's going for that 13, but I'm not too sure what to do with the 10-14.
No, I'm not either, and as you said, Dennis is probably the favourite here, and yet quite rightly deserves the TV table time. And the reason I pointed it out, I was just wondering if that might make a difference for Mikhail. I don't believe I've seen him on the TV table yet this week, so that was a lovely bank shot.
Oh, I like this. The 10 off the 2 in the corner.
Very well spotted, Tim.
But no, he's just gonna take it clean, make the 11, open up the 10-14, or maybe even play the short side. No fancy carom. I just recently woke up, so my senses are off.
No, but it was a good spot, and it would have opened up the green stripe straight away, so a little ambitious.
Extension.
Possibly, yes. Yeah, I mean, it has advantages, but if you can play the shape like he's about to do, then obviously you're not gonna play something I just mentioned for the viewers at home.
Well, I just noticed Dennis take a little walk around the corner up by the pink 4-ball there. Just having a look at that 8-ball, but from this camera angle it looks like the 8 passes. If it doesn't, he's got a little bit extra to think about, but it looks like it passes from here, Tim. We'll find out now. Yes. So, with a dry break from Mikhail, we've got Dennis looking at stealing a quick 2-0 lead, which in alternate break would be the best start possible and really put the pressure on Mikhail. Great 8-ball. Dennis Graba looking to come off strong here, and this is sudden death. The winner from this goes to the last 64, if I'm correct, Tim. We're at that stage
Yes.
already. Wow.
Yeah, basically playing single elimination already, like you said. Still a long way to go.
I noticed a few comments in the chat rooms on our free live streams over the past few days, and people tuning in for the first time were wondering why they weren't using a rack for the balls. Well, the table is tapped, so the balls were very, very slightly, shavings of millimeters, and the balls sit perfectly tight together. The players are racking their own for alternate break. That will change during the latter stages when the referee will step in. So no rack in sight, or triangle as we say in the UK. Second dry break.
Yeah. Now he did leave more of a scrappy layout, but then still I would love to stay at the table, obviously.
Well, one thing I will say is that in the last 3 8-ball matches I've had the pleasure of commentating, I have not seen one safety played, which just goes to show not only how aggressive these guys are, but just how many times they were able to break and run. And so it does put the pressure on the opponent's break, and if you're going to keep scratching, then things might not go your way. However, Dennis Graba has made a mistake.
Time.
Yeah, didn't really have an easy opening shot, but this might be just enough for Ugat to find some rhythm, to find some feeling for the table.
Yes, and Michael, representing Norway, I notice there's a few other Norwegian players in this competition, and it'll be good to see how they fare well in the team event, as well as both their individual disciplines. He's opened up that problem very well, Tim. I don't think he's out of the woods yet, though.
Well, that 9 ball is really tough to get to, and I don't believe it goes in any corner at the moment. If you would move the 11 out of the way, the 9 does go to the top right, but you still have to get on it. So, still quite the puzzle.
Yeah, and these players are playing under a shot clock, and they are allowed 1 extension per player per rack. So, just needs to be a bit careful not to take too long.
Okay, so has played for the 11 ball. Just gotta make sure he can kill the cue ball for the 14 in the center, or the 13. But the 13 only is nice when you're on the top short rail, like to cut it in and stay away from the 7. I wouldn't want to leave myself angled to bump the 7 ball.
No, he avoided it, and he's opened up that corner pocket to the 9. Which, as you pointed out, he needed to do because there is no other pocket for that 9 ball.
I would love to get from the 13 to the 9. I'm just not sure if he has angle to do so.
No, he didn't, Tim. He was a bit flat, and he's forced the cue ball out for a tricky shot. Does the 3 get in the way? Is he going to start moving some balls here, Tim? That could be dangerous at this pivotal point.
Well, he could run into the 3 ball and be guaranteed on the 9, but if you look at the 8, it doesn't go in the bottom left, so then the shape to the 8 is a struggle.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's missed the 14. Uh-oh,
Yeah, I think he listened to you, Tim.
Well, I have advice for him, Gavin.
Well, I think he,
Don't
Well-
listen.
Well, maybe he just took his eye off the pot there. I saw during the last match a couple of mistakes made where there was a requirement to need to move a few balls, and of course the few balls moved, but the eye was just taken off the pot, and that's one of the situations we find a little bit more in 8-ball than in other disciplines, due to the nature of the full rack of balls on the table. But yeah, you've got to make sure of that pot, Tim. I would dare say he's... Ooh, I was about to say he's left Dennis a great opportunity, but has Dennis made a little bit of trouble for himself there?
It's just fine. Well, one thing we should consider now we are running deeper and deeper into this event is that it's day 7 now. Shortly, some of the players are starting to struggle real bad, because some of them, they don't have a healthy eating pattern. They are playing video games or on the phone all the time. They don't get enough sleep. Some of them, they might, some players, they might actually drink a lot of alcohol during the week, like just because they feel it's like kind of holiday too. Some of the lower ranked players, but I'm more saying like you gotta take care of yourself to have good results over a 10-day radius.
Yeah, I think you really nailed it there, Tim. This isn't just a one-day tournament. It's not a sprint. This is a marathon. And one thing I have noticed is that with the younger players coming through, that is just as much as part of their regime and their training schedule as is the actual practice and playing of pool. And you're starting to see that becoming more and more important in these large events. You mentioned Dennis over in Vegas. That event went on for a good few days as well, and you can imagine the temptation in Vegas to not necessarily look after yourself so well is there. Oh, look at that 15, Tim.
Yeah, what to do? 15 does still go to the bottom right, but I mean,
I had a very interesting situation yesterday in that exact pocket off the break.
yeah, with the fifth, I think it was 15 as well in that same corner.
I think it was, yes, Tim. Was it you and I?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. And they were absolutely locked down in there, and each player played a shot in that situation where they literally tapped the tip on the cue ball. Both legal shots. But yeah, a little bit easier for Dennis here, and he's played a containing safety, probably the first that I've seen in a good few matches, so just goes to show how much of a difficult spot he was in. Now, is he eyeing up that long 3, Tim? He did give it a little wink, I'm sure.
I mean, you kind of have to go. And if the 3 ball is the only ball you can shoot, then you have to shoot it. But realize also that if you fail to make the 3 ball, you probably gift the whole rack, because it's an open game. It's an open rack here.
I was just about to say, does the 9 slide through a gap into the middle bag with him having the cue ball there? But from that camera angle, it shows the 2 is in the way. So a little bit forced into this shot, perhaps.
Okay, good shot. Still, if you look at the 1 ball, is kind of tricky. Would have liked to go with stripes, obviously, but well, didn't really have a stripe, so a little bit of work to do. But as I mentioned, he's pretty much in the open, as there's 3 balls in the top corner. He's now just trying to get rid of the 7, go to the center of the table, possibly go towards the 2 ball straight away and try to develop the 1.
Yeah, I was just having a little inspection of that 1. I'm just wondering, can he stun run through the 2 on a straight direction and be able to pot the 1 in the opposite corner, or is the 9 hampering both pockets? I'll have a look at that a bit closer in a moment.
Well, that I don't think so. I was thinking about getting to the right side of the 5, of the right side of the 5, and then bump the 1 ball over to the short rail. He's playing the other side. Okay, well, just gotta make sure he's high enough.
Yep. When you say high enough, you mean our side of the 2 ball, so he can get something moving towards the 1-9?
Yeah, high enough meaning to the bottom side of the 2 ball.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
could have been confusing. I get what you're saying. Now, I like to run with a little bit more pace in between the 1 and the 9. Just play the pace to where if you do not get something on the 1, you always have the 4.
Oh, nice.
Okay, played it soft. Softer than I was expecting. I was doubting if he was gonna hit the right side a little bit more, then you might push it to the rail and not have the cut. But he was fine. Oh, doesn't want to be on the rail.
No, he's probably come a little bit further than he wanted to there, Tim. Maybe a bit of adrenaline in the arm. But you fancy him making this 4? I'm not too sure what we fancy the position will be after.
Oh, wow.
Well, Tim, he hit the right side of the 10. It brought the cue ball out this way to ensure he had position on the 8. However, the 10 wasn't finished with him. This is really not the position he wanted to find himself in either. Wow. Dennis unexpectedly back at the table here, and he's 3-0 up, and this could be very ominous if Dennis is able to take advantage of this opportunity. I remember you and I distinctly having a conversation yesterday about the magic 4-game difference with this alternate break format, and Dennis has got the cue ball in the middle of the table and he can take his pick here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I might go with the 14 and try to play myself still straight on the 10. Should have been straight on the 10 actually, but it's fine. Now just go forward to the short rail, move over with the 9, or stay high. I mean, don't think it matters, but I like to be above the 9. And then directly over to the 8 for nothing coming.
A little bounce off this cushion would help. Very well played. And Dennis Graber takes a 4-0 lead against this match with Norway's Michiel Oijgaard. And if you just look in the background there around our beautiful Kalevi arena, the star-studded arena, you can see our other TB table in the background. We have 28 Predator Arc tables fresh in the arena, and they have been playing great so far all week. And as Tim alluded to, we're on day 7, over the halfway point, and you find us in the losers qualification, race to 8 ball, and Michiel would be looking for a big break here. Let's see what we've got. That was a great cue ball, but nothing went.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, ball's tracking too high again.
Would that indicate too hard? I'm trying to remember from the books I used to read.
I mean, it's multiple things, because I've seen people break the balls with a flat cue to where the cue ball does not hop, and break them, I believe, quite firm, and still make the balls in the side, compared to if the ball does make that big Shane Van Boning hop, kinda. So it's not just the pace, it's also the way how you land on top of it. If you think about it, if you break with more elevation, the cue ball also partially hits the front ball.
Yeah.
So,
you lose a bit of
basically,
power.
if you do have that hop, you can break them more firm. If you just play with the flat cue, then probably have to break a little softer, because it transfers more impact. So that's where it's not just saying you have to break softer.
There's far many more variables.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's always has been like that with pool. It's not just like, oh, just aim a little thicker. No, it's like, well, there is spin that transfers on the ball, and there's always more to it, you know?
Absolutely. I remember having to wrap my head around throw and the concept of throw, and it did change my game. But for the player new to the sport, or from many amateurs, it's a concept that it's very difficult to get the grasp of. And Dennis played a really good cut down this long rail very early into this run, which made the difference. And I think I think he's got something from this 3. Can he come round the back of the 8, or can he stun up?
I don't think anything wrong could happen on this. Could leave the 8 for the bottom right as well if he catches that ball.
Oh, he was
He
able
even
to
found
find
the
it through.
window, so...
Wow.
5-0.
Tim, it's not looking good for the Norwegian, and with Dennis at the table to break, you've got to feel that his chances are slipping away here. And I'm not sure what he can realistically do to turn this around. He's going to start needing help from his opponent, I believe.
Well, that's the thing why all my alarm bells are all the time ringing when I get like down 3-4 racks, is because now you are just hoping for your opponent to start failing, which, I mean, you can just not do that.
No, you can't. And when you did mention that to me the first time, it's played on my mind ever since, and it's guaranteed to all accounts. So let's hope that on this occasion, for Mikhail's perspective, we're wrong. But Dennis, with his power, has got one off the break.
Well, not just one. Made 3 balls on the break. And honestly, it's actually a scrappy layout for making 3 balls on the break.
Yeah, and he's decided to go stripes. Is that a natural combination for the 9? Maybe not from that angle.
Well, he was looking at playing the combination, so he's straight on the 13. He can place himself perfectly to where he doesn't have to cut the ball. You just want to avoid cutting the ball precisely into the combination, you know, just want to basically have a quite full hit. The 12 is near as well, so he has the 14 or the 12 to land on. One good shot and we're 6-0.
If he has to play the green stripe across this, is it going to go towards the 4? It did, and it hit the 4.
I think, yeah, the 12 is still on. Slightly tougher to get on that 14, but as you see, he's not trying to get straight on the 14. He's just trying to have a cut, and he'll travel the cue ball more to the 8. Yeah, that's it. Good choice. That's probably where I would make a wrong mistake. I would probably have played that with inside, trying to get straight. Perfect.
Yeah.
Break a run.
And the sort of pressure relieving from Dennis, if there ever was some. 5-0 is a tough mountain to climb. However, I don't expect that to dampen Mikhail's spirits. I look forward to a big break from him now. But I think Dennis is sitting in his chair, quietly confident with himself and happy with the performance so far. 6-0. Mikhail to break.
Well, maybe just slightly more elevation, you know, would do the trick for him. You see, that's it. Now that cue ball actually did have that slight hop. And then the same speed was right. I don't feel like he broke the balls softer. It just landed different on the front ball.
It was a good view from the camera angle of his playing arm there. He did look elevated.
Yeah, look at this layout too. This is a must run out basically. It's open, and if he wants to make something happen this match, he needs to run out. So 14, 12, 14, 15. Use the 13 to get to the bottom. The only thing I see that could go wrong is if he leaves himself not straight on the 9 or no angle towards the left long rail to where he has to bump the 11 at the end. But if you know that, if you recognize that, don't really think things can go wrong here.
No. He just needs to make sure, because as you quite rightly said, it's a must win at this stage. Yeah. Well, you pointed out what could be changed with the break, and it seems to be working, whatever change he's made. But I did see the cue ball significantly raise off the bed and bounce, and at the spin it stopped lovely again. But you pointed out that the ball in the middle pocket is what he's looking for.
Well, did you know you can actually hear the difference too? And not because of the cue ball landing on the table. I'm more saying when they strike the rack, you can hear the difference if someone made that pop on the break or if it was just a flat cue ball.
Wow. Well, no, that's not so. I'll be honest, that's not something I've actually taken note of, but it's something that I'm fully aware of now. I break too slow, Tim, to even worry about getting the cue ball off the table.
There is no sound when you break the balls. Dennis has been hitting the break super sweet. 3 balls in. Wow, look at this spread.
Yeah.
Listen, all the solids are on top and all the stripes are in the bottom. It's like, you pick. Which one do you like?
Yeah, good spot. They have indeed. From this, it looks like he's certainly stuck a number of solids down, which will make his job a little bit easier with regards to the number of pots he's got to make here. He's going to take this one into the center.
This way, he also has so many options. 6-1. Use the 3 to go 1 reel to the 8. I mean, unless he takes his eye off the ball, I mean, there won't be any way how I can doom think him on this.
No.
Like, it lays natural.
And from from the previous camera angle, it looks like that 8 ball will go in any pocket. There's nothing causing it a problem. So, yeah.
Well, kind of destroying. Is destroying Ugad's hopes here. I mean,
yeah, yeah, and good signs for the rest of Dennis's tournament if he can keep breaking like that, because that was really impressive. And I mean, okay, a bit fortunate with the way the balls landed with the solids at the top and the stripes at the bottom, but 3 off the break. Oof. Well, that brought Dennis to the hill, Tim. This is a little bit desperate times now for Michiel.
yeah, now he finally has it. I mean, just the sucky part is, it just wasn't there in the beginning of the match.
No. And he finds himself in the same position you pointed out to him in the last rack. Except if he doesn't do the business this time, it will be his last time. So real big problems. With the 2 stripes around the 8, it will give him something to think about, but there certainly does look like a few ways around that problem. So he's just tidying up the solids at the top end of the table. This will be good for him as well, Tim. Letting his arm out a little bit.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, whenever you're down like this, you can just play freely. You know, you don't really have to play super tight or be careful. You know, just let the arm go and hopefully make something happen.
We might see the arm go a little bit here if he wants to put deep screw in this. Otherwise, can he slide down the left-hand side of the 8 ball as we're looking at it?
Well, he's playing this to the corner, trying to be straight on the 4.
Good call.
I mean,
Tim.
if you think about it, Gethin, I mean, he has only, I believe he only missed 1 opportunity.
Yeah, and I think the real difference was his earlier breaks.
Yes, I think it's always nice to point that out, because people at home, they might just only look at the scores and go, well, he must have played bad, or Dennis must have played really well. Michael had no chance. But I mean, if you think about it, it was just mainly the break. It was not like he has missed balls all over, couldn't make a ball, oh, he sucks, you know, not that kind of style. Like we all miss one mistake at times. And
yeah, and I think in the scheme of things, Dennis has probably made just as many mistakes. So it's you're correct to point that out. And it's very unfortunate when the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect the player's performance, but that is the nature of pool, and it can be a very cruel mistress. And I'm afraid in this position, Tim, our Norwegian player is going to have to leave it to Dennis, who has this break on the hill with a very comfortable lead. But I can't imagine Dennis will want to be at this TV table much longer. I'm sure he will want to close it out at this visit. And this will be playing on his mind when he makes this break. Let's see how he fares.
oh, this time,
Ooh.
oh, the 14 finds the hole. Actually, the 2 balls tracking to the side, they stood up this time. But yeah, I mean, he's made 1 again.
It's 1 on a bad break and 3 on a good break.
Yeah, but that's what's happening at the moment. If he gets on the 6, yeah, it's just the 7 ball still needs some work. Doesn't go to any corner yet, but when you use the 5 to get to the 4, you can play over the short rail to the 7. Might like to go for the 3 in the bottom right after this. I feel the 3 is a little bit of an odd ball, so it would be nice to nick that one out. Get the 3 in, 3, 5, 4, 7, 8.
Yep, that seems a good pattern to me. Useful to point out that in this losers qualification and winning, but we also still have Alex Montpellier in there and Mario Hay. There's some big names in there in the losers qualification, so good matches all out there today.
Yeah, just so I can get the word out before this match finishes. I'm guessing it will be over soon. Our next match is at 12:30 local time. Those are last 64 matches, so it could be that the loser qualification matches will make that schedule go wrong a little bit. So we could be a little bit later. That's a possibility. So Dennis Grape advances to last 64, and Gaten Davies and I are gonna take a little break and then probably be back later on. So thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you at the next one. Stay tuned.
So we're here with Mario He. Mario, through to the last 64, how did that match go for you?
It went very well. I was playing looks pretty good. I'm not trying to make one mistake. My opponent gave me some chances, so it was a pretty easy score. Would have been.
These are tough events, aren't they? Does that give you a lot of momentum going through into the straight knockout stage?
Well, you know, like there's 4 disciplines, you got 5 different teams. There's so many matches. You're gonna win. It's like mentally also there's tough. So play always your best and enjoy it.
And do you find there's a big adjustment to make when you're going from 8 ball to 9 ball to 10 ball?
Well, yeah, break-wise, for sure. There's different breaks, different speeds. The table's gonna change when it's used. You gotta adjust really quick, you know, and it's tough, so you can't make a lot of mistakes.
Mario, good luck in the last 64. One more. This is just a quick one.
Yeah.
So we ask you 3 questions, and you just give quick answers. So I'll tell you what the questions are, of course. So the first thing you say is your name, and you say your name. So you've got you and Mario B. And the first thing is, what's your favourite thing to do besides play the pool? Anything.
Wait.
Why?
Okay.
Yeah. The second one is, was there any specific player you looked up to when you started to play?
We have to think about that. Usually everyone says Epbf, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe it's a local player when you started. Could be.
Everyone says Epbf.
But I mean, you know, when you first start playing the clubs, and it could be some guy from there.
Okay, I have one. Yeah, because this was the first TV match I watched.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also adding to that question, why? Okay. And the final one is, if you could add any skill to your game from another player, who would it be and what would that skill be? So I'll give you just an obvious example. Some of those shots, right?
You should like do something it's supposed to be
It's
fun.
just like a fun one. So,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not loose, so I try to
you
be
just
like,
did it as you
relaxed.
Yeah, you do as you want. Yeah.
So we're here.
Wait.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's good. Yeah.
So we're here with Mario. What's your favourite thing to do in life besides playing pool?
Hanging out with friends, playing darts.
When you started out, was there any specific player that you looked up to?
Luciaci. Yeah. Because he played, that's the first match I watched on television. It was on sports channel and it was the final. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. But he impressed me a lot when he came out and said.
And finally, if you could add any skill from another player, who would it be and what would it be?
I think there's 2. It's Fedor's jump and
damaged, but then if it's not connected to the power outlet, it's to the signal cables, then protect it. It's hard to protect it. une bille, c'est là, t'as un peu plus gros, ça, on s'en bat les couilles.
Ah oui, ça se voit pas.
Et du coup,
Le reflet des
alors ce que
lumières.
je faisais, moi je faisais des racks. Ah bah après tu peux faire ce que tu veux avec. En général, ce qui donne bien avec ça, après si ça dépend de en 20 000, si.
Mais je sais pas mon grand angle. Ce que j'ai c'est 24.
Ah. Donc en fait, ouais.
Ouais.
Il y a un jeu complet. Des 15 complets comme ça.
Non, parce que ce que je faisais, c'est que moi j'utilisais ça soit au milieu, soit tu la mets au milieu dans la ligne de jeu, tu remplaces la ligne de jeu. Et puis après en vidéo, c'est sûr que ça donne beaucoup. Donc là, en fait, il suffit que tu fasses ça. Et après, tu as un autre truc que tu peux faire. C'est que tu peux la mettre à côté. En fait, quand tu te lis comme ça, et donc tu vas pouvoir faire des trucs vraiment. Alors, ça c'est des 57.
Il faut pas monter ça à Clément, il va devenir fou.
Si, là,
Son
si.
appareil photo.
Parce que je réfléchissais s'il y a un joueur qui se pose derrière.
Ah bah oui, bah en fait, c'est comme ça, tu vois ce que je veux dire. Ah, bien sûr, bah si je fais là, tu vois.
Ah oui, c'était un
Ouais.
joueur.
Ah oui, ça fait pas mal.
Bah ouais. Donc avec le profil, tu vois. Et puis tu peux faire ça, c'est bon. Bon, tu peux
Il est à l'envers.
Oui, mais après tu le retournes.
Ouais.
C'est celle-là que j'ai utilisée sur la photo Instagram, c'est mon tag Yasmin. Donc après, quand tu bosses avec ton téléphone et que tu peux descendre, tu l'inverses.
Oui, oui, bah après mes mains. Je sais que.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? C'est une bille?
Ouais, je me balade toujours avec. Enfin, toujours, pas toujours, mais
Il fait des trucs.
je vais vous laisser. Je vous laisse, vous
Ça
avez
fait pas mal avec les. Si les joueurs disqués
Alors
comme ça.
ça c'est des fils, c'est
Et voilà.
les fils qu'on utilisait avec Vincent depuis 15 ans. C'est ce qu'on appelle des fils Michel Drucker. C'est Champs-Élysées.
Vous avez lumière?
Ouais, non, ça fait des.
Ah, des strips, des faisceaux.
Ouais, ça fait des faisceaux. Donc t'as un 6, 4 et 8.
Ok.
Alors par contre, quand t'as le truc là, ça va te faire.
Ouais.
C'est les Champs-Élysées. Ça fait années 80. T'as un centimètre là, vas-y. C'est un peu dinosaure, pardon. Nous on est bien.
C'est 10 000.
Donc celle-là, elle.
Regarde, si tu te mets avec moi devant, tu vas pouvoir l'envers. Il a fait des photos ouf. Avec Jasmine.
En fait, voilà, bah, tu vois, ça donne ça quand tu l'utilises.
Ah ouais, c'est plus.
Donc tu prends, j'en ai fait plusieurs en fait, comme ça je la prenais de temps en temps quand j'allais en tournoi. Voilà. Là, ça fait. Et après, quand tu peux ouvrir pas mal, c'est la Bohémie. Non, c'est ouais, bah tiens, tu vois, c'est pareil, ça c'est les reflets dans les trophées par exemple. C'était dans le trophée de l'US Open, si tu te rapproches d'un trophée qui reflète, bah, en fait tu fais le point.
Et t'as ton tour de.
Bah, en fait, tu fais le point dans le reflet du trophée. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Et donc, bah, du coup, en fait, tu as une photo qui est le miroir. Et ouais, du coup, ça, c'est un truc assez commun à faire. Mais tu l'as où, c'est billes? Amazon. En fait, ça, c'est des 57. Non, 57, c'est pas.
Ah non,
C'est
t'as vu que ça fait macro sur le tapis?
ça, c'est 57.
Ah ouais.
C'est 57, donc en fait, ça, c'est juste 60. En fait, il n'y a que certaines.
Ouais.
Et donc, c'est un peu tout.
66.
Moi j'en ai une, mais elle est beaucoup plus grosse. C'est pas ça.
Oui,
Je prenais pour les paysages.
mais sinon, tu vois, des fois, quand tu prends des marques comme ça, tu vas te retrouver avec des marques. J'aime bien ça parce que c'est des billes qui ont travaillé. Tu vois. C'est bah tiens, ça c'était un trophée. Donc je l'avais fait à l'envers, dans la salle, donc c'est la finale. C'est Kachi qui passe en finale. Tout est dans le trophée. Donc pareil, tu fais le point, lequel. Oui.
fini, c'est terminé, on l'a perdu. On l'a perdu, on l'a perdu. Là, c'est 500 shoots minimum.
Faire avec les rigis là, on va faire un peu avec les joueurs en noir.
Ah ouais, là, c'est fini.
Un peu comme une rigide, genre.
Actuellement, il a trouvé son but. Moi, je prends la photo des apprentis photographes.
This is what I can do. Look up every day. Children having fun. Not business. My serious business is going on to keep up.
Ah, la lumière, en fait, tout ça, c'est la lumière.
Je peux toucher à ça ou pas?
Oui, bien sûr.
Oh,
C'est américaine.
yeah, you can. And we'll see what happens.
Some leftovers that you don't need.
Sit here, right?
Yes.
side, right? Yeah.
Welcome to the Predator EPBF European Pool Championships. This is day 7 and we have reached the last 64 in the 8-ball division. This is a single knockout match between Maximilian Lechner and Kasper Matikainen. Pretty tough draw actually, I would say, for Lechner, who qualified through the winner's bracket. And the pleasure is all mine to welcome Mark White to share the booth with me in this match. Welcome, Mark.
Tim, I'm very, very honoured to be here as well on such a, it's a big match, isn't it, for a last 64 qualifiers match. You know, the winner goes through. I believe the loser is out. Is that correct, Tim?
Yes.
Well, it's a tough draw then, isn't it, for Max Kasper we had on the stream in one of our earlier matches on the first day of 8-ball. Beautiful cueist from Finland up against Mad Max from Austria, 34 years old. US Open finalist, of course. Just found something on the cue ball, Tim. As he's rubbing it, hoping a genie's going to jump out and give him 3 wishes.
Possibly maybe 4 or 5, but I get what you're saying.
8 would be perfect. 8 break and runs, please.
Let's see. He had one match where he had, I believe, only break and runs, so definitely looking to duplicate that. And this is a good start. Probably will have to start with the combination 11-1, and then a lot will depend on if that 7-ball goes to the bottom right, Mark.
I can't quite see just at the moment. I think it does. Yeah, I guess the 7-ball's the most difficult to get on, Tim.
The good news is
the 2.
The 2 is underneath, so you might have chance to open up the 7 or play a good shape. So you'll start with the combination here first. Now if the 7 is locked, I like to go there as soon as possible. I think that's what he's done. If the 7 was open, I probably would have chosen to play the combination, clear up the 6 and the 3, and then get to the bottom side of the table. But just depends on if the 7-ball goes.
Well, I think he's on it. Just worried maybe a little bit about that 4-ball. Might have to draw past it, or can he just run past it? I think that's the concern here, Tim.
Well, if you look at it from this view, it looks tougher to me on this view. Like it doesn't go, but made it straight in. Wow. Played a lot of right spin to throw the 7-ball more over to the thick side of the pocket and kill the cue ball after one rail. There was a lot of spin on there trying to make it go short. I think he was trying to hold for the 4 as he's playing. 3 doesn't go. Always a little bit nervy. I mean, if you think about it, the last 64, this is Max's first match for today. And Kasper just played one match, so Kasper is a little bit in stroke. And for Max, a little bit of early nerves are probably there. So if he runs out here, he will definitely settle down and most likely continue that play.
I'm sure he's been at the Hill pool room in Tallinn, not far from where they're playing this, having a few warm-up racks I believe they have Predator tables there as well. Get the arm going nicely on this 6, isn't he? Soft draw. He's overdone that, hasn't he, by quite some distance, Tim?
Yeah, for a second I was thinking he would play the 3 in the center, the right center pocket. This will be a tougher position on the A-ball as well.
Can he find the gap behind the back of the 9? Well, he's tried to stun with right hand spin. What a shot there. Holds his hand up. He knows he had just a fortunate little flick there, Tim, off of the 9 ball. But you mentioned all of his games were break and run before. In his last match, well, he looks like he's going to start off in the same way again, and he does. The man likes 8 ball,
Yeah.
I think, Tim.
Well, like I mentioned also somewhere earlier this week, the Germans and the Austrians, they also Poland, for example, the Netherlands, in my opinion, is similar. We do play all games, like in the leagues. From when you're a junior, there's always national championships in junior division. Then you go to under 23. All those categories in general have their championships, and then if you play so often, you become quite all round. So yeah, like Max, he really has a big grind. You know, he's fit, can last like long matches pretty easy because he has a real steady focus. So then, yeah, I mean, pretty complete player. 8 ball shouldn't be too tough. And Matikainen just broke the balls, made one, almost scratched in the center, but still at the table to continue. Would be nice to see him also come up with a breaker run, just to keep the heat on Max and also to settle down himself, because this is the last 64 and he's playing a top player, so it would be nice to get that early feeling out a bit.
Yeah, hasn't travelled far. Kasper Matikainen, just 80 kilometres across the water. There are ferries that you can get. There's a fast ferry which takes just about 45 minutes, I think it is. There used to be a helicopter that ran. I took that several times. Took 18 minutes to go from Tallinn to Helsinki. And of course the slower ferries also, I believe it's about 3 hours. You see Pavel Ivanovic in the background. Beg your pardon.
Kasper also starting slow. Missed the first shot after the break. Hopefully he won't continue the slow ferry style of play. But still, tricky layout. Also for Kasper. I'm not saying it was better for him after the break, but now same for Max. I mean, firstly, yeah, I like to open up that little cluster on the bottom. If he catches the 4 on the left, also nudges off the 7. So then the 9 and the 15 will open up. Maybe there is a 14-10 combination. That would open up quite a bit as well in the top right corner. So yeah, has to go aggressive here, but it's like, I would say, if you try this run out, probably it's like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10.
These are always good to win though, off the back of your opponent's dry break, aren't they? Or not dry break, I beg your pardon, off of their miss. Tried to open them up there. Didn't go according to plan though, Tim.
Yeah, I think he's had a really, really horrible result after running into those 4 balls. Basically only the 4 ball moved. So safety here. And that's also, in my opinion, what makes a good 8 ball player, is knowing when to stop making balls. I mean, he probably could have found a way to make the 15, but make the 15, and just didn't make much sense. Now, could have taken care of the cue ball a little bit better. I think he's left a shot on the 7, and if Casper can get angle on the 3 ball to open up the 2, there is a possible run out, but the 7 must be not going in the center.
Not settled yet.
Uh-oh. Yeah, not too sure what he was trying to do there, because even if he would freeze the cue ball on the 11, he's also trying to develop that couple balls in the top right corner, so not too sure what he was expecting to leave Casper on the 2 ball mark.
I think he played it off the back of the other ball, didn't he, Tim? I think that's what he was playing.
Oh, he was going aggressive. I thought it was more like a safety play.
Yeah, he was playing it off the back of the 10 ball, I believe, and just misjudged the cannon on it. Well, that's what I thought he was playing anyway. So it's a chance for Matakainen to get into this last 64 match.
Well, he is going to leave that 7 ball as the last shot before the 8. The 7 still needs to be developed, so the cannon that he's about to play from 4 into the 7, I mean, could go wrong. Is a risky one. You can try to play real soft into it, but you might catch it full and push it to the bottom short rail. If you go fuller and you catch it more on the side, you might leave yourself like doubled on the long rail. It's tough.
Needs to catch him right in the middle of the 2 here, just at a slow pace.
Yeah, this is one of the risks.
Has to kick it in, Tim, doesn't he? There's no safety available.
Yeah, kick it in, and could go off the 9 ball as well. Yeah, this is the risk of waiting to shoot the 7 ball last, as it was tied up. Needs a good shot. Oh, and a beautiful shot it is.
Yeah, we'll feel a whole lot better after that. As Tim predicted, the 7 ball cannon did go wrong, but he came up with a great kick shot to rectify the situation and take the 2nd rack, even though he was first in that rack. Didn't capitalise. Mistake by Max Lechner, getting back in. So we're level at 1-1. We are in Tallinn in Estonia. Other big cities include Pärnu, which is the holiday resort, the beach resort. There's Tartu, which is the university city, where all the students go to the big university there in Tartu. And there is, of course, Otepää, which is the ski resort in the winter, with the huge big mountain called Munamägi, just 318 metres tall. I've been there. It didn't scare me, Tim. I did a bit of cross-country skiing while I was there. Good break from Legnut.
Yeah, and quite some options. I have to say the stripes are way more interesting just because he doesn't have a solid to start with. Do like to shoot 10 first, 10, 15. Probably go up. Let's see. The main thing usually what I do is start to think from the 8 ball. As you can see, the 8 to the top left is a little bit tricky. So maybe leave the 9 to go to the 8. Oh. Well, that bump really has worked out. If you look at the 8, now it does go everywhere.
That will do very nicely, thank you very much. Perhaps that rub on that ball. There was a genie inside. Give me a nice kiss. He got one. Now the rack open, Tim.
Yeah, just some angle on the 14, so probably choosing to play the bump on the 5, but I'm surprised he's played the bump that firm. Like only just pocket the 14 and roll softly into it would have given him the 9.
Yeah, not sure what he was thinking there. I mean, it's almost as if, is it worth considering the jump shot, but taking on this difficult 11 into the bottom left-hand corner, this is missable. Has to keep very, very still on the shot here. Played it well.
Yeah, still some work to do. 13 doesn't go in the bottom left. So is he going? Yeah, went to the 9 first. Did he get enough? Well, it didn't really pull a sad face there, Mark, so I'm guessing it does go. Then with left spin, 2 rails down to the 13.
I suppose if there was a favourite in this, you'd say it was in the bigger tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the people would assume that Max will win this match. It's not really guaranteed though. I mean, Kasper, steady European player. I know he's also has played quite some events in the US. Also some big gambling matches. So I believe also he played in South America some gambling matches. So he's experienced a lot. So don't count out the Finn.
He's won plenty of medals as well, hasn't he, in Europe, Kasper? Maybe just doesn't like travelling too much to too many tournaments. That's the case with some players.
Well, it's got the break. And so far, so good. Yeah, I think I would like to go stripes. If the 15 goes, I'll play the 15 and get to the 10 in the left center. Get to the bottom side of the table, and I think you should be good. Just depends on if that 15 goes.
Not sure he can see it, Tim, can he?
Really tough to tell from here.
Looking elsewhere. Looking at the
Just
7,
think-
solid.
Yeah, I just think the 5 could be tough to get on with the solids, and the 15 is also blocking the path for the pink 4 ball to get to the top. Well, he's starting with the 12, so that 15 must not go.
Little bit no man's land.
Yeah, probably cut the 15 and then run into the 3, pushing the 10 out. Or maybe run into the 4 and have the 10 to the bottom right.
Oh, that will do nicely, thank you. I think the 10 goes now, doesn't it? Just caught a glimpse of it as the camera went past. Maybe not. So he's having to come up with some difficult shots here. Well, 10 looks like it goes to me, Tim, doesn't it, you?
Well, I believe so. I think I would shoot the 10 here, but
So would I.
maybe he just feels maybe the cut from there was a little thinner than he liked to, and in 8-ball, especially when you're playing a lot of 8-ball, you're not too comfortable with the big cuts and moving the cue ball too crazy. You want to stay close to your work.
Yeah, good point. Always traffic, isn't there, in 8-ball? You want to keep it on a tight string. Don't want it on a piece of elastic. Needs it to run, and it did. Nicely played. Couldn't have played it better. I think he's got the angle just to draw down the right hand side of the table, play the black into the bottom left. Level once again, Tim.
Yeah, and this is where I think if Max hadn't messed up that carom shot in the top right corner earlier, then Casper would not have gotten this comfortable. When he got that game kind of as a present, now he's starting to feel better and better.
Yeah, and rightly so. Pulled out some great shots there to make the clearance, to level things up. Lots of other games going on as well, guys, at the moment in the last 64 of the men's 8-ball. Table 2 also available to watch on the Pro Billiard TV. Sanjin Perlevanovic is in action over there. Max just giving those balls a second check over. Wants them nice and tight. Breaking off dead centre. Looking to stop the cue ball in the centre of the table. and make one of the two balls behind the one into the side pocket. Made one of them. Good break again, Tim.
Yeah, his breaking has been phenomenal so far. Every match I've seen from Max, I basically seen this break over and over, so will be tough to beat, I believe, in the 8-ball division if he keeps breaking like this.
Can he get round the back of the 9 and play the 9 into the same pocket, Tim, or can he hold it here?
I think he might shoot the 12 first and then get to the 9.
Yeah, well pointed out. Didn't see that one. My eyes aren't too good today, Tim.
Well, just wondering, probably 11, 10, 15, 8 as a finish. Still a little bit of work. As you can see, the 8 doesn't go in the bottom left, so doesn't have to leave the 11 as the last shot to get to the 8. A little further away, so we'll have to shoot the 10. Still 10, 15, 11 then, but yeah, has to leave himself slight angle towards the long rail to bring the cue ball out to the left of the 8. So just small details, still a good chance.
When you see Max playing like this, you wonder how he hasn't won more, don't you? It just shows you the level of competition now, Tim, these days. So many good players around, aren't there, that you've got to come through such big fields against and hold your form for so long. You need that little bit of luck as well all the time for the perfect storm to win a tournament these days.
Well, I used to play Bundesliga together with him a lot, and he also told me that was near the year that he finished second in the US Open. He said, almost every tournament I get far, but I lose like 9-8, 10-7, like close matches to top players. Like every time there's a draw, he felt like he was getting the top player over and over, which, I mean, it's tough. And then, boom, he finished to the final of the US Open, and people were wondering how that happened. And, well, we all seen it coming, basically. So
Yeah,
everything has to be right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was the other element I was missing there when I was talking about, you know, you need a little bit of luck on your side. You also need that good draw as well, don't you? As well as that keeping up your good form, winning those matches sometimes that maybe you didn't have a right to win, you know, winning with your B game. You need that perfect storm for it all to come together at the same time. And it was just unfortunate he came up against, well, FSR. I was stood right by that table watching that final against FSR. It was basically when, well, no one could beat FSR at that point. Oh dear.
Oh.
Cue ball off the table. Disaster, disaster.
Yeah, and look at this layout. This is wide open. Because if you get on the 11, then like from the 11 to the 9, on the 14, on the 13, and you're at the 8. So basically get rid of the 10 as soon as possible. As you can see, it doesn't go in the right center. So that's why he's going off this 15 directly to the 10. play one good positional shot from the 12 to the 11. And this could be that 2-game window. Kinda taking over the serve and a chance to break. So this could be a turnaround in this match.
Do you think he was trying to put just a little bit more into that break, Tim? Matikainen?
Well, I wouldn't not see a reason why, because he was making balls on the break. The only thing that actually was hurting him is the fact that the cue ball was not as stable. Not as stable as, for example, Max's break, where the cue ball was near the center of the table, or at least in the center every break. So yeah, he kind of did the opposite. Instead of a better cue ball, the cue ball was worse this time. Not sure why he's looking at leaving himself an angle on the 9 right after this 11.
He could also play the one on the... Maybe he wants to just brush the 8 ball out the way, Tim.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was very needed. I mean, the 8 did already go to the bottom left, so I was wondering why he just didn't draw. I mean, he had plenty of room to draw the 11. But I guess we'll never find out. Still on his way.
You'll have to ask him at the next Bundesliga night.
Well, let me just already text him. But great clearance. I mean, it was laying well, but you always have to still do it. 4-2 coming. Him breaking.
Yeah, mistake on the break from the Finn, jumping it off the table, and then had to sit and painfully watch the Austrian thread his way through that rack, and indeed 2-rack lead with the break to come.
So 7th rack coming up. Lechner to break. And then again, he's hitting him so square, just the right amount of pop. Ball going in the side, and I mean, I mentioned this also before this week. I would pay almost money for a break like this, and especially this kind of layout after the break. Monster break. Look at the solids. 5 go from the 6 to the 1. From the 1 you go to the 3, 7, 2, 8. This is made for a break run, Mark.
Yeah, that break is such an awesome weapon to have, and well, no one needs telling that the break is important, but even more so in 8-ball, because invariably if you don't make a ball or you scratch, your opponent He's going to run the table, especially at this level. And the ball's nice and open, Tim. Plenty of space to move the cue ball around where he needs to.
Well, I was just reconsidering my pattern, because if you get on the 3, it lays really nice to get to the 8. So possibly I like to go... Oh, he's going directly to the 7. Okay. I was going to say maybe stun off the rail for the 2 in the bottom left. Play the 7 and get to the 3 ball. But he's going draw here. 7, 2, 3, 8 in the center. No. Change of plans. Not the 2 ball. The original plan is there, but that's the thing too. He's playing multiple balls at the same time, so he can just consider which shape of the 3 is the best one. He's gonna land right in between. He's able to say, well, am I gonna shoot the 2 or the 7? Well, I like the 7. That's 8 ball.
Yeah, playing into an area with options. And now looking ominous for a 4 rack lead. Sorry, 3 rack lead, I should say. 5-2.
Yeah, just this 2 ball. Slight bit of draw to get on the 8, but can play pocket speed too, so big pocket and perfect on the 8 for another breaker run. And now a 3-game window, Matikainen breaking, and that's exactly the thing that hasn't been going for him.
Yeah, this very, very important break coming up now for Matikainen. The clocks just went forward in Estonia at the weekend, and they'll be looking forward to Midsummer's Day, 21st of June, where basically the whole of Estonia kind of emigrates to the island of Saaremaa, where most of them own their summer houses, and they'll go to the lakes and for the sauna, and they'll have a big bonfire and celebrate the midsummer party. Back to the action. The ball goes in the side this time, Tim. Good break. Balls flying in everywhere.
Yeah, definitely happy to see him have a more solid hit on the first ball, as in more full in the face. That way the cue ball at least stayed. 3 balls in. I think I like the solids a little bit more, because it will be tougher to get on the 10 ball on the top side of the table, so my preference would be the solids.
Probably the most awkward shot is to get to the 8, Tim.
Well, that's definitely the one where it has to travel more. Has a little bit more angle on the 4 ball, so maybe we'll have to travel around the 7 to get to the red 3 ball.
Didn't want to catch it. So 7 or 3, Tim, to get to the 8. You like the 7 ball just because of its same side of the table?
Yeah, just I do like that if you can get straight on the 3 ball now. He didn't, so he's using the 3. Ideally, if you got straight on the 3, it would also give an automatic angle on the 7 to go 1 rail to the 8. So has to be careful not to cross his positional area from the 3 to the 8.
All about the pace on this one. He will be crossing over somewhere near that 12 ball. Nicely done. So good break and run, Tim. It was a good break, made 3 balls. Stays with Max Lechner. Score now 5-3. Was that João Grillo on that table over there? Or am I mixing him up with somebody else?
That was not João Grillo. I do believe his last name is Pereira, but I'm not too sure about his first name. I'm guessing Pedro, but that would be, yeah, Pedro Pereira.
Good guess.
Yeah, João Grillo currently in action with Petri Makon, actually.
Ah, okay. I knew he was there because I'd seen him before. I'm just mixing him up. Sorry about that, João. And Pedro. Sorry, guys. Back to the action.
Oh
dear, oh dear. How's he got away
Can you
with that?
believe it?
Well, and if that's dry, he won't mind too much. Did he make a ball? He didn't. Look at this. Well, Kasper Matikainen must be thinking, how do I deserve this?
How to play safe on the break. Wow.
Yeah, Max laughing. I don't see many smiles coming from the Finn though. Well.
Oh, he still was able to cut that 12. Yeah, nonetheless, I mean, you could be happy in your chair not scratching there, but he also knows that that 3-game lead he had could be gone in a little bit. Because if Kasper runs out here and breaks and runs, we're tied at 5.
I think that's the first dry break I've seen from Max Lechner in this tournament this year, Tim.
Well, that 9-ball must go. It's looking to go directly to the 10, as the 10 is not available to all pockets.
Short of pace, wrong angle, going the wrong way. More work to do with the cue ball.
Yeah, how to get on the 13. I'm also doubting if the 13 goes to the side pocket. I thought it was available. So he has to shoot something on the 10. 13 does go to the bottom left, but can he go off the 7 maybe? Off the 7 into one rail with right spin and leave the 13 to the bottom left? No. He's playing the 13. Running out of time.
Needs a big bounce. Well, he's got a shot.
I think it's fine.
It's not straightforward. You happy with this, Tim?
I mean, it's just a stun. I don't think he has to do too much. Make the 10. Yeah. Dry break from Max. First mistake in the breaking department. Gets Kasper Matikainen to pull one back. 5-4. And he's breaking. So possible 5 each in the making. And it looks like Max is taking a break. Trying to put Kasper in the chair. Make him wait for that break. And maybe change the outcome. So short little, probably 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. And I guess we're gonna nip out too. In the background you can see Sanjin Perlivanovic and Pedro Pereira at it as well. So we'll be right back.
So welcome back, Matikainen, to break off. Trailing 5 racks to 4. Race to 8. Yeah, breaking better this time. Much more controlled, Tim.
Yes, indeed. This is a chance to make it 5 each, to square the score. And well, at some point it didn't really look like that was going to be the scoreline in this match, but he's pulled a good comeback. Let's see. On the solids, the 7 ball not going to the bottom right.
Max had a great chance to go 6-2 up. Missed that opportunity with that failed carom shot. And since then, it's been all about this man here. Also, the dry break from Max didn't help him. Thought he'd got away with it. Was laughing in his chair about it, as we all were. Matikainen, the only one that wasn't laughing. And Julie went on to clear the table. Seven's awkward, Tim, isn't it? Or does it go?
Well, I find it difficult to actually judge if, well, the 7 must go. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too worried about the 2. The 7 was my biggest problem, but if he can draw back, 3 in the side. Maybe the shape on the 8 could be tricky, because the 15 is right in between to have the 8 in the corner, so yeah, will not be a straight in 8 ball. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, could play it into the side, couldn't he, Tim? The 8 ball. I was looking at just stopping the cue ball, I think, where the 6 is, just a slight draw.
Well, could also go more forward and play the 8 in the center, in case he doesn't want to leave himself bigger angle. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of my first thought, to be honest, but I thought you might have maybe poo-pooed that idea in as much to say, you know, it's a little bit awkward if you do overrun it. He's played him nicely, hasn't he, there? And he's certainly on fire, Tim. Level game, race to 3 then.
Okay, let's see. Last break was quite the shocker for him. This is a way better hit. 2 balls in again. This is how we know him, Mark. Let's see. just the 3 and the 10 in the bottom. But he has the 15 to open up the 10. There's balls near the problem anyway, so he's definitely able to do something on the 3. Could also go for solids and use the 2 to leave the 3 in the bottom right. But then the 6 and the 7, they don't go to the bottom left either because of the 10. So might be worth it to go for stripes. Let's see what he does. He goes for solids.
Time. Extension.
Well, this is where trouble begins. I mean, could also play high on the 6 ball. Open up the 10-3 and always have the 7 to the side in case you don't land well. Yeah, quite straight on the 6. This is tough. Is waiting to solve that 3 ball. Yeah, now has to land high on the 7 as he was just looking at. Imagine the pressure too. He was up 5-2, looking like easy win in the last 64. To now every mistake could cost you the match. I think he has a great angle to get to the left side of the 3 ball now. Yeah. I think he's played it really well the last shot. As you see, small angle. Stun draw over.
Good time to take the lead again. Just got there, Tim. Would have liked another inch maybe.
I think he's just okay actually to still play with low right and not stick behind the 10. Oh, he's looking forward. Can he not play low right and at least take a cut on the 8? I find this scary. Well, I didn't mean this much of a cut. This is actually the first tester for Max. For another breaker run. And to take the lead again 6-5. Yeah, kind of speechless. Just kind of surprised what he has done on the 3 ball, what he played there. And completely letting Casper into this match.
Well, if he does go on to lose this match, that will be one shot he'll be looking.
Yeah, only really gotta take care of the 11 ball. Slightly closer to the side pocket, but yeah, you have to favor him to be out.
Oh, what a let-off for a man from Finland. Must have thought he was going back behind again there, and this is a chance to lead for the first time in the match. And what a time to do it, Tim. Having to come short side now on the 15. Play this with a touch of right, Tim, just to persuade the cue ball over to the right slightly and check the cue ball. Or are you going up and down?
Yeah, he's left himself a little bit more and just the soft inside. I think I would go back and forth either the top side of the 11 or twice the short rail. Super soft with inside. You can miss the ball easily. Oh, what has he played there? What? Look at the cue ball. He didn't even get the shape on the 11. Wow, that was the nerves. Just look at his body movement too. When he struck the ball, he jumped up so fast. And a gift for Lechner there, 6-5 Austria, and wow. Like you said, that could have been the let-off of the match.
Rack number 11, the strangest one of the match so far. Both players missing easy balls really, but it was positional errors, wasn't it, Tim, that reared its ugly head there for both players. That will really hurt Kasper, especially if he dry breaks here. Well, he hasn't, he's made a ball, so he's still in it. Chance to run out and level things up once again. Max looking to get on the hill. Max looking to get back to the table first. Pretty open, Tim.
Yeah, still a little bit of work. As you can see, the 6 not extremely available. Still is going to float in the 5 and go off the 4. No. Okay, crossed over to get the 4 in the same corner. And then the 6 also in the bottom left. And when he gets done there, I think he has opened up the rack. Oh. He's playing inside spin. He's looking to run into the 15. This could go wrong. Oh. Looked like he was playing with inside spin, but in the end really looked like 2 real out, so not really sure what kind of stroke he put on there.
Bit of backhand English maybe. You of course are very familiar, Tim, aren't you, with the backhand English, the Filipino style?
Well, it's also a very regular thing to do in 3-cushion billiards on the shots where, oh, he's in no man's land. Look at this, Mark. How did he not get on the shot?
Well, he had 4 balls to get on there, and he's not on any of them. Well, you could say he's on the 3 into the side, but that's about it. or the corner. Oh, that's a great effort. Great effort.
Just, in my opinion, that should never has happened. I mean, even if he played the 6 too soft, he would have been on the 2. So, just, he is giving Max an opportunity to get on the hill first. Like, of course, it's a difficult shot, but Max can kind of just free roll at this, you know?
Yeah, it's a chance he wasn't expecting.
Oh.
Quite some distance away with that one, though. Didn't threaten the pocket, did it? Showing a bit of frustration now himself. Surely Casper won't mess up this time. Two, 1-8. Make sure he leaves himself a decent angle on this one ball. So 8 into the bottom left hand corner for 6-6, Tim.
Yeah, what a match.
It looked as if it was going 6-2 for sure to Max Lechner, but it didn't. And now we're back to 6-all, and it's time for Casper to take a break. So we're going to do the same, guys, and be back with the next rack as soon as they're back. Tim de Ruyter and myself, Mark White. We'll see you soon. The Finn is back. Mad Max breaking off, looking to get on the hill in this race to 8. Alternate break. Predator EPBF European Championship. 8 ball, last 64.
Yeah, that's the break. It's back. And actually that 13 staying up in the corner, I think might help him out quite a bit. Because if that had dropped, he kinda was forced to go for solids. Now he at least has 2 options, but yeah, if you look at the 2 doesn't go past the 13, so I'm assuming he would love to start with stripes. I would set 12 ball to the bottom right corner, Mark. Do you think it goes past the 3 ball, I believe? Past the 4?
I think it does, Tim. I think it has half a pocket. Surely going to start though with the one hanging, the 13. Oh, I didn't want to kiss that. I think the 8 ball still might be okay. Started out as if he was going to make it look easy, but kind of struggled, hasn't he, Tim, since that dry break, to be honest, where he got lucky and thought he hadn't left Casper anything. And then the other mistake where he was playing the 10 ball off the back of another ball into the top right hand corner. So things not going exactly to plan for the Austrian right now.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible to run out here, Mark, but I would actually maybe I would not want to start like as a solids. I might make the 4 and play safe behind the 8, open up the 6.
Oh. Nodding as if to say, yeah, typical. Still has the 1 ball. Now, can he run into the 8-6, Tim, off this, or is it too thin? Can he draw with some left?
I think it's going to be low, and to go 2 rails, I think the scratch could be in the way. No, that was a good call. Cue ball, got it again.
Very good effort. Played it first time, but didn't get it the first time.
He's in trouble, Mark. This is not good. The 7 doesn't go to the corner anymore. So now we'll also have to play the 5 and open up the 7. Everything has to go right to get on the hill.
Well, he's hanging in there, Tim. And if he does go out, if he does go on to run these out, I think it'll be a highlight rack, not a highlight reel moment.
Yeah, I'm not a fan that he's waiting all the way till the end to do something with the 7 ball. Like it's going to be his last shot before the 8 and has to be a perfect cannon from the 5 to the 7.
He could he not play short side? Does it not pass the 14? The 7
I don't believe so. And
That's
not
a
with
good
this angle
here, though,
also.
Tim. There's a good angle here, though. Does need to move it. Play with some top right. Wow, what a shot. Well, you did say
Yeah,
it's not impossible, Tim. You did say, you did add that it's not impossible, but unlikely. But what a great run out this has been. If he can complete it, 2 balls away from it. Wow, fantastic. The fabulous Finn. Tremendous.
Yeah, surely a couple of times he must have thought, oh man, I'm not sure if I can run out still, because the balls were moving all over the place. And yeah, he actually made things very tough, but still got there. And especially under the pressure, that was so tough to do, knowing that one more mistake could possibly cost you the match. Now suddenly he's breaking for the match and a spot in the last 32.
Yeah, I know we said we expected Max to win it, but okay, it wouldn't really be a shock if Matikainen did win it, because we all know how good a player he is. If ever he needed a good break, it's now. And there it is. 4 railer as well, Tim. Both 4 railers almost going. Cast your eye, Tim. What do you see?
Well, I see the 5 ball not going to the corner pocket, which is a problem. And the 13-14 being blocked by the 4. So would like to play the combination, but then what do you do on the 5 ball? Possibly, yeah, leave yourself angle, play the 6, leave yourself angle on the 2, run into the 8-5 with the 4 as a backup. Then again, I wouldn't wait too long, but I mean, it just looks like the 5 doesn't go. If the 5 does go to the bottom left, then I mean, this rack is plumb. I mean, this shouldn't really be a problem.
I'm sure Max is sat there thinking, where did it all go wrong? He was in control, 5-2, should have been 6-2. But this guy has stuck with it. He's come up with some fabulous clearances when needed and finds himself in control of this rack now, in control of the match. Key shot coming up right here. If this goes right, it's all over. Saw him miss one of these earlier though. But not this time. Fabulous shot.
Wow. I mean, just I'm really surprised actually that this match has completely turned around, because Max, if you looked at the first, 30 minutes of the match, maybe longer, looked like he was not gonna miss a ball for another hour, and then suddenly dry break, missed 2 balls, and Kasper actually started to not miss a ball for the next 30 minutes. And he is...
And started to break well, Tim, as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks all over, Tim. Unbelievable. What a match we've witnessed here. I wonder what odds you would have got on Mäkinen at 5-2 down.
Well, this 8 to get to the last 32 and to kick Maximilian Lechner out of the tournament. There it is. So, yeah, just what a match we've seen. Must be a bummer for Max, but what a result for Casper. We'll see him later on in the last 32. Thanks Mark White and myself, Tim de Ruyter. And yeah, I believe the next match is coming up very shortly. It won't be me, I'll be having lunch, but yeah, just make sure you stay tuned for the upcoming matches. I think we play all the way to the semi-final today. See ya.
pressure.
It's supposed to start at like 2:30, so like it's like one rack each. Yeah. We did it already.
to fill in if Eric is not coming. Let's give Eric 5 to 10 minutes, and then we pull the trigger and we send him a message that Tim is filling in because he's not responding.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was trying to find the messages from Eric, but I can't find what you had sent me originally.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You okay? Good luck, and we'll keep in touch by WhatsApp. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. You. Bye bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to day 7 here in Tallinn, Estonia for the Epbf Predator European Championships. We're in the mixed of the 8-ball division, and we're down to the last 64 single elimination. And what a match we have up here. Teammates, we have Matthias Snegoci versus Daniel Maciol in the single elimination match 8-ball. And we have myself, Graham Hickman. I'll be joined very shortly by a fellow colleague just waiting for another match to finish. They'll be back in a second. We have an exciting match coming up here for sure. So first break, Maciol looking to get a good start. Always had a kick straight in off on the first break. It was a pretty good break and a pretty good hit. Just unfortunate there, has to be said. It's pretty solid. He's been playing pretty well so far in this tournament. So far in this European Championships, I have to say. He's going pretty solid to the single elimination stages. Still hoping to go pretty deep, but he has a tough match here against his countryman Snegoci, who got to the final of the straight pool. Unfortunately lost out to Tobias Bongas, and in the 10-ball he made it to the last 32, and now he's in the winners qualification. Last 64 again. Yeah, so going well, both players. Needs to get past that solid ball and leave a nice angle here. Yeah, pretty good. Still need to go back down the table. He does have a choice. He could play the 9-ball first if he should wish, or the 11. See, yeah, he's playing the 2 reels here. And I believe Tim has just joined me. Welcome, Tim. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. A little bit late, but nonetheless, what a match this is. What a draw, brutal draw for the Polish.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. I was just giving everyone an update on their performances. They've been going pretty solid across the straight pool and 10-ball events, all getting through to the single elimination stages, which is to be expected. Pretty solid, very, very talented players. And yeah, I was just finishing off with Maciol's results there. So in the straight pool, he did get to the last 32. He lost out to Nicholas Ernst in that match. And then the 10-ball, he got to the last 64, got beat off Fortunsky, another countryman, so he's having a bit of a tough draw time. And then in the 8 ball, again he's battling with Snegochi, looking to punish that scratch off the break. Very unfortunate, I have to say. It was a good break but got kicked in. We have a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I have to say Snegochi is quite experienced player. Not as fluent and fast as Masiol, I would say, but very steady, and I think he would be a perfect fit to play 8 ball. Actually, I think it would really suit his style, so I'm not surprised if most of the people would think Masiol is a favorite in this match. You know, it could be closer, could be 50-50 even.
Yeah, I think it's again, we've said this a few times in the matches, Tim, and I'm sure you've discussed it with some of the other fellow commentators, but everybody knows the break is so important. We've seen a lot of close matches. Both these guys break very, very good and have a very solid 8 ball game, so yeah, it's a flip of a coin for me. Will come down to little things like just a moment ago, he just came in after the break, he had a very good break, did Daniel, but he got kicked in off by another ball. That could be the fine margins. Just like that. Very good break, but kicked in off again, so he returns the favour. He returns the favour.
So what do we see here? What do we have? Both actually really open. Just easier to start with stripes, I guess. And the 2 balls blocked, so stripes it is.
Yeah, table's pretty nice, to be honest. The balls, it's one of those breaks, Tim, where the balls are quite nicely separated from each other. Not too many clusters. It just gives you a nice space to run around balls, play off cushions. It's a very nice looking break, if I can say that. Yeah, nicely done. Needs to slow down. Doesn't want to go too far. It was just okay, I think, Tim.
Well, is he? Because I'm not too sure how to get on the 12 right after.
Yeah, can he play like a
Looks
really
a bit
drag maybe? Can he avoid? Yeah, you're right. It's a good call. It's thinner than it looks. Yeah, it's a lot thinner. Wasn't sure if you could flick off the 2. Oh wow, that's one way to do it.
Well, he really can't complain about the outcome because he knew it was kind of a random cue ball there, especially at that speed.
Yeah, so we'll run that a little. Fine, nicely done. So interesting first start with the 2 breaks, both pretty okay breaks. Unlucky kick in off does happen.
Well, they started off being nice to each other, I can understand, but I have a feeling that's going to change soon. So let's see, second break from Martial. Last time, unfortunate scratch apparently. I wasn't there. I trust my mate Graham. Well, this time, a lot better result. First glance at the table, I really like the stripes. Just maybe a slight trickier position to get to the 15 as it favors to the bottom left more. Looks to be straight on the 11 here, so it should be fine with just, what is it, half a diamond forward. Played for a window between the 3-7 to cut to 15. Interesting choice, and I mean it must be on because he looks very confident. He's really trying to not rely on the speed of the table, the feeling he has for the table yet. He was just making sure, just give me an angle and something I can make and we'll be fine. So stop on the 13 and the first break run of the match.
Yeah, nicely done. Just an interesting one as well, Tim, from the 8-ball rounds. Martial lost to Bongas in this first round, 8-7. Did you and I commentate on that one? I think maybe we did. It was a great match all the way to the hill.
Yes.
Yes, and then Bongas pipped him at the end. It's a bit of a crazy game, but then in the losers qualification, Martial beat Smirnov from Estonia. But what's interesting is Smirnov went through the draw, and then through the winners qualification side ran into Snegochi, who also beat him in the winners qualification. So they both played the same player, just the way the draw kind of worked out. Just thought it was quite an interesting fact that they both came through the similar path to the same player.
Well, same thing is that in Poland there is quite some good structure with the subsidy and everything, so they're all really playing their best game every year at the European Championships, like well prepared, and then they show up and they have to kick each other out of the tournament over and over. So that in multiple ways really, yeah, I mean, it's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen. But it's a bit of a shame when you run into your teammates or countrymen so early on. Obviously you want to try to maximise that medal table for your country, and obviously unfortunately they will lose somebody at this stage. I was trying to find the latest medal table, Tim. I'm not sure if you have access to it or if you've seen it. I think when I seen last night, Germany was topping the table overall, obviously with Tobias Bongas and Pia doing quite well. But I'm sure Poland's very close behind that.
Yeah, I do believe it was Germany on top, but I mean, soon things are going to change drastically, of course. It's interesting. It's looking to play the 13 in the right center. You just gotta be careful not to lock up the 14. Is F14 still available? He didn't look too disappointed, so I'm guessing yes, it's still on. So 13-14, go up table. Let's see if he wants to play a 10-11 combination or just the 11 first and then the 10.
depends on his position from here. I mean, if he has the combo, looks pretty good though as well, because if he can get straight behind it and the distance of the stripe on the pocket, it could be pretty okay. Yeah, maybe trying to go the back way, that's risky, right? Do you not think things can go wrong that way?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. That's why I'm wondering which one of the two he plays. I would like to just stay away from the combination. Oh,
I think that's
he's hit the 7 first. Oh,
yeah,
no.
interesting.
Well, that's a big turnaround because he also gives ball in hand, so he can clear the 2 and the 1 in the top left corner. And then it's wide open to take a 3-1 lead with him breaking. So this is already a big moment early on in the match.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake that for sure. And now that ball in hand just makes this so much easier to get the 1 and the 2 ball out of the way very quickly. Yeah, and also the position here of the 5 ball just in front of the 2. This is working out, well, obviously very good for Maciel. Great chance to get a 3-1 lead here. Nicely done. Yeah, no problems. The balls are sitting very nice here. He's got a choice depending on how he comes round. Maybe 7 would be nice. Leave the 4 to the side, but very good pace control here. He's got choices. Big mistake that, Tim. It looked like he had most of the ball, but I'm just wondering, because he was trying to play it with a lot of side, I wonder if that's what caused the foul maybe.
Well, I think he might have been playing the side in order to still make the ball. And that would be real bad news. Like, that would have been a huge mistake that he pushed the ball over there. So, 5th rack, Maciel to break the balls, to take a huge lead, to take that 4-1 lead, possibly. Yeah, nice square hit, 4 ball finding its way. And don't think there's too many clusters. As you can see, could start with a 14-1 combination. If he makes the 1, or well, could also play a solid and then the 5-14-1 combination. Doesn't have to start with this. Wow, wow. Like I said, he really did not have to. I understand that he was wanting to take the solids, but really, I think it was unnecessary actually to go for that. And this could let Snigochki right into this match. He's now obviously going to take solids, trying to take away the 2 ball as soon as possible. Yeah, and in my opinion, that's basically for us as spectators the best thing that could happen. A lot of turnarounds every time, like winning a couple games, something funny that happens, and then the other that takes over, and back and forth. That's what I think makes a very exciting match, because then it looks to be very even. Either that or both sides just keep breaking running. Currently quite some turnarounds in this match. Yeah, not too much that could go wrong. Maybe to get from the 3 to the 8 if he has to draw the cue ball in between the 13 and 11. It's just mainly because of the speed. So let's see what he plays. Well, really wasn't that tough apparently for him. Perfect on the 8 to close that gap to only 1 game difference. 3 to 2 when he makes the 8. There it is. What a chance really after that break. I think Martial really put an awesome break on there. Just to... Maybe he thought too easy. Like most of the times I like when you start off right away with that combination. But this time might have made a more of a thinking error, not like execution. I mean, he was also trying to hold the cue ball, so I understand he was playing it soft. I just don't understand why he was taking it on instantly. But it has happened. Also for Martial, he will just have to fade the fact that he's let the door slightly open for Snigochki to make it 3 each. And you go from there. There's not much you can do. Brutal format sometimes, alternate break. Let's see what Snigochki does on the break.
Yeah, big break needed here. Try and get a nice break and run. Centre ball looks good. And the corner ball's coming round as well, so pretty good hit. Not a bad split. Starter looks a little bit... Yeah, where's he going to start with? Maybe 12 ball could be an option if he doesn't like. He's also got a 5 ball if the 1 ball goes down the rail or the side. But stripes, you would think here, Tim, look a little bit more favourable. Potentially.
Well, for me it's mainly if the 1 ball goes, but apparently it doesn't. So then in that case I do like the stripes. Just a 15 is being blocked by the 2 in the bottom left. So that's something to think about. And let's see. Well, not too worried basically. Just needs to get to those 2 balls to the left long rail, Graham, as soon as possible.
Yeah, he could even go now. Try and get after them straight away. Good call, Tim, and I think needs to get... Might even try to roll through to get this stripe at the bottom of the table just out the way. Because that 9 ball does go in the side quite comfortably. And I'm wondering if the 8 ball goes past the 2. I think it pretty much does, so... This is pretty okay. He might take the 10 now, the 10 now, but... I kind of like rolling this through, getting rid of that 1 at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I like 14, 15. Like you can shoot the 9 in the side to get to the 10. Straight on the 10 is also guaranteed to have the 11. Well, I don't mind this either, but you will have to get a nice shape from 15 to 10, and I think that could show us some trouble soon.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder why he didn't play that unless he wanted to go 9 and then go down the table with a slow right hand spin. Yeah, he's going this way. That's also fine. Similar kind of way. But yeah.
Well, this is the shot here for me. Like, how is he going to get perfect on the 15 with the angle he has now?
Yeah, and that's why with the 9 being over the centre pocket, it was, like we said, a good ball to get to that 10 ball.
Can he still draw into the left long rail? Is he straight enough?
Well,
He
very
was not
interesting.
straight enough. Yeah, I played a little bit two-way there in case he would be great on the 11. Could nick the 11 out first. But I think he actually got funny on both sides. Like overstretched on the 10 with some inside spin. And straight on the 11 to where he might catch the 1. Has to play good cue ball around the 1 ball.
Yeah, good call, Tim. I think you tried to miss that 1, but he might. Do you think he can still get into? You can go around the 4 ball, maybe? Is that possible? Come down for the black in the bottom left.
I think it's the only way, but it's always tricky. So much traveling.
Ooh, just feathered it.
Caught the 4. Ooh.
He ran pretty okay. So, yeah.
He's getting it done. I mean, of course, he also would have liked it to be more clean, but this Masio missed 1 combination, and Snigochki ran out, and now broken ran. So he's back in the match. 3 each. Whose way is it gonna go?
Yeah, it's a little bit. We call it. Do you say ugly clearance? It's sounds a bit of a aggressive word when you say ugly. Maybe it wasn't conventional. I felt like he was chasing the rack a little bit, having to make a few little shots. Wasn't as clean cut. It makes it a little bit more risky when you're feathering balls and just clipping this ball. Bad things can happen or things can go wrong. So, nevertheless, he still got over the line.
Ooh. Yeah, and a dry break following to that. Tough layout. First look at the table, Gray.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Good call. I'm just wondering if that stripe does go next to the solid, just below the 12. Very tight.
I don't think the 15 goes. The 3 and the 1 is locked, so 6-15 is locked, and the 3 and the 1. Now there is a couple stripes near the 15 to do something, so that's probably why he's opting to go with stripes, even though it was maybe a little easier starter with the 4 ball on the side.
Yeah, I like where he's putting his cue. I was just about to say if he can get nice on this 14 ball and then... Yeah, the 15 is extremely tight. No, it doesn't go. But the 14 ball does give you a good option to bump into something. Like you said, there's a few helping balls up there. How's his speed? Might even have an angle on the 12 to do some kind of draw shot into it, maybe. Still needs to get a shot after this.
Well, just don't draw into the 15 too soft. Like, if you can make the 12 and catch the 15 and just try to draw it all the way through it. Rather be too low to have a look on the 9, a longer shot on the 14, or something in the bottom of the table. But it just matters on that angle. I think he has a slight angle, especially if he cheats the 12 in the left side of the corner pocket. Well, there we go. That's the view. Oh, he might think that that 15 goes. He has made a similar shot like this before. He went for a similar shot like this before and has fouled, so would that be in the back of his mind?
Yeah, I agree. Ooh, that was close. It was a good hit though. Oh, and he's a bit in no man's land. Yeah, this 9 ball is iffy as well.
Cut on the 9, thin one, probably running into the 4.
That was a good shot.
And basically,
It's all right,
just
though.
take whatever you get. Yeah.
You'll take that though, Tim. Goes in the bottom left, and he's got a nice angle to come down for this other stripe, so he couldn't have asked for any more, really. Very nice outcome. It's pretty good. He's going to go into the 3 in the 1 ball here, Tim, so still a little bit of something going in this rack. Not sure if he'll just take an edge of the 3, maybe play the black in the top right pocket, possibly, unless he runs it all the way around for the side of 2 reels.
I was gonna say, what about just draw? And if you catch a piece of the 3, you're still good. Well, he was quite sure about using the 3 to go forward. Came up short. So a little trickier 8 ball. But this is to take the lead again. But making that look easy. 4-3 lead for Mateusz Snigocki over his countryman Daniel Maszul. And he also has the break, so this could be an enormous chance to go from 3-1 down to a 5-3 up. Gotta say, 2 completely different styles in break though, but in the end, I mean, on these tables it's more about catching the right speed, and some of them like to do that with the big pop and some of them like to do that with the flat break. That's just preference, I guess, or the style that suits your technique the most as well. So there we go. Rack 8. 8 ball, last 64. Especially, like I said, for Team Poland, there is a lot of subsidy at stake, so basically the winner still has a shot at getting a salary, and the loser is out. We'll have to try again. Oh, that 13 hung up on him. Is there... Oh, the 12. Did that 12 go? No. Based on his facial expression, I would say it does not. So, Maszul back at the table, back and forth match. I mean, the way it's been going, I wouldn't be surprised if we have like a 8-6 or a 8-7 match here, because they really seem to not get that big distance over each other. A little bit of a funny layout. Would like to take out the 12 as soon as possible to open up the corner for the 9. As you can see, the 9 didn't go because of the 12. Oh,
I think he's still okay.
yeah.
Just okay. He can take the 11 and then the 9 if he chooses, but if it still goes, then he can clear this top side of the table and then work his way down 11, 9 and 8 ball, I would think. Kind of makes sense that way.
Not so easy at all. I mean, he's gonna play the 14 in the top left, and then he's gonna leave the 9 to get to the 8.
Yeah, good. Hey, I just think Daniel's, maybe it's being a bit picky here, but I do feel Daniel seems to have a more clean approach to taking the balls out, at least so far in this match. Shot selection wise, Tim, he seems to make the work a little bit less, at least in this match anyway. Nice. to be close. It's going to be a tight one. It will come down to breaks. Little smile there from Matthias to Daniel. I'm sure they're good friends.
It's so tough too, like when you travel together. Like I know most of these guys, you know, they hang out at every tournament, they travel together, they go swimming together, to the gym together, they do everything together. It's a real like a team spirit kind of group. And yeah, if you just keep playing each other in this kind of events, must be tiring at some point. I mean, it's, yeah, there's nothing you can do against the draw, but yeah, tough. So I can imagine a mixed feeling inside both players.
Yeah, it's tough. And also going from, we talked on this earlier in the match this morning, when you have individual competition, it's one thing, but then, like in this situation, then moving to a team competition, it's also a bit strange. If you've just beaten one of your teammates, it's a bit of a strange feeling to go, oh, what a break. Wow. You'd take that break for life, Tim, wouldn't you?
Well, trust me, just to make a ball, yes, but that cue ball, I wouldn't be too happy so early on. Like, he's hit better breaks, but it doesn't matter. Make a ball, have the cue ball on the table.
Nah, you're too critical. You're too critical. I was thinking a ball is down. He has an option of solids and stripes. Well, actually, the solid, not ideal, but nice break still.
Well, I'm thinking about maybe going for solids and play a 6-7 combination in the top right or something, because the 10 is blocked by the 5 and the 4.
Can you not draw it back and play it in the same middle? Yeah, I thought he could. A bit straight. Need to bounce. This changes everything.
Okay, yeah. Longer 12 ball coming up.
But a nice angle to get across for those two stripes, I think, Tim, as well. So if he gets this position correct, doesn't want to be hampered by the 4. So one good shot here. Stun over. Choice of 2 balls. And it could be a very quick rack indeed.
Ooh, did use all of that corner there.
Did a little dance before it went in. Always makes your heart wobble.
Yeah, really small shake on the head there, knowing that he's actually left himself too long. As you see, the extension is out, a little bit awkward cueing. Now is he going with inside spin? Looks like it. Yeah. Do you see a cut in the 8 and skim off the 3 in the top left corner scratch?
I think he's just okay, Tim. Just okay. I think he's going more full into the 3. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Good call though, but it's risky. It could have been a bit more dangerous, but yeah, it's a nice break and a nice finish. The first 2 balls seemed to be lined up pretty nice, and he took them well. Wobbled in the 12 ball, but it doesn't matter. He takes the lead. I do like the composure of Daniel around the table, especially watching him run the balls. He's very chilled. Doesn't really give much away in his emotions. Big break.
Well, there's a reason why I believe he's like second on the Euro Tour rankings. Definitely in great form.
Yeah, big break coming here. And yeah, you're right. You know, obviously Euro Tour wise, very solid. He has won. He's also got a 10-ball silver medal in the past. So very dangerous.
Yeah, dry break. Did catch the break full in the face, but too much muscle. No ball finding a pocket. 2 in the 12 locked. 4 in the 9. Or at least the 4 is blocked by the 9. 12 is blocked by the 2. The 11 is blocking the 6. So this will be an interesting puzzle.
Yeah,
I think the stripes are okay.
Yeah, and this is where the 60-second shot clock does come in handy. So after the break, you do have 60 seconds to evaluate the rack, and then a 25-second extension if you want to take it. And then after this, every shot will be 35 seconds. So it's quite handy when you have a puzzle like this, Tim. You've just mentioned quite a few problems that he needs to figure out, but could play a nice little stop shot here to get the 9 out of the way. That'll solve one little problem at the bottom, and then he needs to address the top. He's got a few helping balls up there as well. Good chance.
Yeah, definitely starting off the rack nicely. Can nick the 9 out right now. If he can get straight on the 15, or close to straight, that can put him straight on the 11 to go a little bit forward to play the 12 in the bottom left. And then it's just 2 stop shots. Stop on the 10 and stop on the 8. So, like I said, there was clusters. I'm not saying the balls didn't go, but definitely needed extra attention, and he's definitely giving that.
Yeah, fully agree, and that was the route I had in my mind. You've literally took the words out of my mouth, and I think he's landed perfect on the 15, as you said. Even though he's a little bit low on this, he can still run through a touch, and yeah, great call, Tim. He's, yeah, right there where his finger was, is where he's hoping, and that 10 is a nice key ball to get on the 8 ball. Looks good. Very nicely done.
Yeah, very interesting scoreline this match. Like, I cannot wrap my brain around it, because Mateusz did have a chance to build out that lead. Now suddenly it is Martial basically overrunning Snigocki. Now,
a bit
yeah,
short
it's
there.
okay, I think. I think it's just fine.
I don't know. He's definitely going to have a thinner 8. I'm not sure how much he can bite off this one, Tim, to hold.
Well, the good news is I just don't think there's a scratch in the top left corner with where the 2 ball is. So,
Oh, he done well. He held it enough. It's pretty good. Yeah, nice. Even though there was a few balls dotted around the table, there was a few helping balls to help him run that out. Key shot was the first couple to get him to remove that 9 ball down the table, and then, as you said, getting straight on that 15 ball was really important. But a nice little run out there. Looked a little bit complicated, but he managed them very well. Good cue ball control, which I've seen a lot of this in the 8 ball from Daniel. Very, very impressed with his 8 ball game, have to say.
yeah, now, because of that dry break for Mateusz, Martial is breaking with a possible chance to make it 7-4. And like I said already so many times, like that 3-game or 4-game window is such a big thing with this alternate break. Kind of guarantees you to have multiple chances to close out the match.
Yeah, especially if he can break and run here. This is making it very tough for Mateusz. Lost the cue ball a little bit, but I think he's going to have options. Balls seem to be splitting okay here.
Yeah, and if that 12 goes to the bottom left, I think Stripes is wide open. I think it does. Not really seeing the value in going for solids, because the 6 will be really tough to get to, so that's probably one of the reasons why he's going Stripes here.
Yeah, these first 2 balls again very similar to the last rack. Pretty close proximity helps him get rid of not going to say a problem, but helps him clear the top of the table quite comfortably. Got a nice angle to come down for choice of stripes. And like you said, Tim, if that 12 goes past, it looks very tight. Maybe the camera angle can help us on that bottom left-hand pocket, if we can see if that one goes. He's looking at it.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I really think it's on. And if it's on, it kind of will crush Mateusz's hopes, because 7-4, with how well your opponent is breaking, even if you make your own breaker run, you kind of have to pray for 2 mistakes in a row on your opponent's break.
Yeah, asking a lot. But this is where the luck, I think you've said it a few times, Tim, on commentary with me, is it's a really important factor. And it sounds strange, but not that you say luck plays a big part, because it's a very skillful game, but 8-ball especially, you need a bit of luck off the break on how these balls line up. And I do think the last few breaks for Daniel, they've just seemed to have lined up very straightforward. Yes, he still has to pot the balls, but it could have been a lot more difficult.
Well, we're also talking about the players that, like, they reach to the final stages of major tournaments. Like, yeah, like Martial won the Qatar Open. I think all the top players were there. Like, I'm more saying, if he can do that, I'm quite sure he can run out the game like he just had, because that was just pot ball get shape, like, it was so connecting the dots.
Yeah, it's nice when you have breaks like that, isn't it, Tim? Makes your day a lot easier playing pool when the table helps you out as well.
Yeah. Well, Mateusz needs one of those layouts, and then basically has to sit in his chair and pray for a scrappy layout or a scratch or something funny. But first, his break. Nope. It's not it.
Yeah, and that's the difference. If you just look at the break, if you did put a ball there, it's not too bad. There's a bit of a work to do on the stripes, but solids not too bad. I'm just wondering on that 3-ball, goes in the side, so you can play the 7-ball and the 6-ball in the same pocket. And then if you just look at the top of the table, Tim, where the 1, the 5 and the 3 is, a stop shot on the 1 could give him a stop shot on the 3, and maybe to come down for the 4, and then black in the left. So it's all lining up again, and the angle from this 6-ball to the 1's quite nice. This could be the match right here. Yeah, dot to dot again here for me.
Yeah, it's just also laying like so open. As you can see, a stop shot on the 5, small stun over to the 4. Even if he gets straight on the 4, it's a stop shot 8. Like, basically you're hoping for your opponent to having to open up clusters, to run the cue ball around the table, to having to cut balls in and all that. And when you see your opponent with this kind of layout, you just know it's done. And he didn't get straight on this 4, so we'll still have to hold it a little better, but looks to be muscular here, Graham.
Yeah, I fully agree, and full credit to him. Obviously he's made it look very easy, but it's all about the breaks, all about the shots. And yeah, quite comfortably towards the end there, didn't go Stingocci's way, but Daniel Maciol moves into the last 32, and he will continue his run in this 8-ball discipline, try and get to the final. Thanks to Tim, thanks to me and myself. Obviously I'm thanking everybody because it's been a great tournament so far, and we will be back later on today for further 8-ball games. Thanks very much all. Bye bye.